Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Sassy Hacker. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoryia was born into a world of powers, where heroes exist and villains prowl. His parents were two extraordinary heroes who wanted the best for their bright-eyed little boy. Midoryia Izuku was 3 years old when he decided that he wanted to be a hero too. Midoryia Izuku was 4 years old when he was declared quirkless. Everyone told him his dreams were crushed. But his parents wouldn't let that stand. They were going to train him to be the first quirkless hero if it was the last thing they did. Midoryia Izuku was 7 years old when he learned how to stitch himself up and take care of burn scars from school because at school, fighting back meant he was in trouble. Midoryia Izuku was 11 years old when his parents died in a villain fight. But the villain didn't kill them. A hero did. While Izuku watched on the sidelines. Midoryia Izuku was 11 years old when his third favorite hero crushed his dreams. Midoryia Izuku was 11 years old when he was beaten half to death at his orphanage. Midoryia Izuku was 11 years old when he stopped believing heroes would save him. Midoryia Izuku was 12 years old when he took off to live on his own. He was 12 years old, decided he was going to tear this broken society apart and fix it by himself. But for some reason, almost everyone he came across decided he wasn't going to do this alone anymore. It was raining the day the Midoryas went to the doctor about Izuku's quirk. He was 4 years old and his quirk still hadn't come in yet. He was starting to worry that there was something wrong with him. All the kids he knew his age already had theirs, some of them even got them when they were 3. But Izuku's 5th birthday was coming up, as was the start of the new school year, and he still didn't have one. He was terrified. He wanted to become a hero. But how was he going to do that if his quirk didn't come in? His best frenemy Kaken had a strong quirk and the two were always competing to one-up each other. Well, it was more like the other boy wanted to be the best at everything and was just dragging him along for the ride. Izuku just wanted to be a good hero like his parents were. His father Midoryia Hisashi was the dragon hero, Roar, a very popular fire hero, number 5 on the rankings. His mother Midoryia Izuku was an underground hero called Attraction. He adored them both and couldn't decide which he wanted to be more like. So when the doctor showed them the X-ray of Izuku's foot and explained that the chances he would get a quirk were near impossible, he was horrified. Izuku was quirkless. He didn't cry, he just blankly stared at the wall while his parents finished talking with the doctor. He couldn't process what he was just told. He had never met anyone without a quirk before. He wondered if something was wrong with him, if he had been born defective. The talking finally stopped. Izuku and his parents got in the car and drove home. No one mentioned what they had just learned. Izuku wondered if his parents were angry or disappointed in him. They were chatting as if things were normal, like they didn't have a quirkless child. When they got home, his mother went to the kitchen to start dinner. Izuku sat down with his father in the living room. "Are you disappointed?" he finally asked. Hisashi's face twisted in confusion. "Of course not, why would I be disappointed?" Izuku finally burst into tears. He couldn't hold it any longer. He waited until he calmed down to respond. "I don't have a quirk. Can I even become a hero now?" "Oh my little dragon." His father's eyes flushed with sadness. "Of course you can. Your mother can only move very small objects. A lot of the time she has to fight without her quirk. And she's still an amazing hero, isn't she?" Izuku nodded. His mother was amazing. She was an underground hero, so he didn't get to see her fight as much as he did his father, but when he did, he was amazed. "And what about me? I can breathe fire, but my quirk can be quite destructive. I have to be very careful how I use it. That means I have to rely on my abilities without my quirk sometimes." Izuku's eyes widened. He had never really thought about that. He supposed all heroes didn't use their quirk from time to time. A small smile settled on Izuku's face. He could still do this. He could still be a hero. "Chin up, little dragon. If you want to be a hero, your mother and I will make sure you're prepared. Let's go set the table before your mother is done with dinner." They set the table together and dinner was ready by the time they were done. His mother had made his favorite, katsudon. Izuku was back to his bubbly self by the time they all sat down. chatting happily with his parents. They had promised to start training him when he got a little bit older and he couldn't wait. It was finally the first day of the new school year. Midoryia was both excited and nervous to see his classmates. They should have all received their quirks by now. He was ecstatic to hear about them. Maybe some of them would let him analyze them. But he was nervous because it was the first time he would be telling anyone outside of his parents that he was quirkless. They told him that some people may treat him poorly because of it, but Izuku was hopeful that it wouldn't happen at school. He got to his class early and waited for school to start. He knew some of these people from last year, but there were a few new kids he didn't know yet. Kaken was yet to arrive, but he knew they were in the same class. He finally arrived a minute before the bell rang, sending a nod towards Izuku before sitting at the desk next to him. They had an odd dynamic. Their families were close, which caused them to be friends. Izuku adored him. He even understood Kaken's weird way of communicating. They were both going to be heroes, and Kaken declared he was going to be number one. Izuku personally didn't care about ratings, but Kaken seemed set on beating him, which was what started their weird friendly rivalry. The teacher finally came in and the students quieted down. There was still some excited chatter. Everyone wanted to talk about their quirks. The teacher quickly gave in and decided to have everyone introduce themselves and their quirks. Midoryia was on the edge of his seat as the first kid started talking. His mind was racing, trying to keep everyone's quirks in his mind for later. Everyone had such cool quirks. When his name was called, all eyes were on him. I'm Midoryia Izuku and I'm quirkless. He announced proudly. He had been coming to terms with his quirklessness. He decided he was going to be the first quirkless hero and be a symbol of hope for all kids like him. But his confidence was dimming as the other kids looked at him judgmentally. One kid who hadn't gone yet spoke up. "What does quirkless mean?" "I don't have a quirk," Midoryia explained. The smile on his face was slowly slipping away. A few gasps were heard throughout the classroom. Kato raised his hand. Midoryia knew him from last year. He had some sort of water quirk. He wasn't sure of the details yet but was curious about it. There weren't many heroes with water quirks. "I heard that people who are quirkless have a disability. They aren't normal." "What? I don't," Midoryia protested softly. The teacher spoke up. "Quiet down everyone, no need to get worked up. It's true that the quirkless are less evolved than the rest of us. But Midoryia is still here to learn. He just might be a little more fragile than the rest of you." Midoryia was at a loss for words. A teacher was really saying that about him. His parents told him that there wasn't anything wrong with him. But if his teacher was saying it, isn't it true? Midoryia shrunk down into his seat. He tuned out the rest of the introductions and tried to make himself small as class continued. The kids with the flashier quirks took the attention off of him. Midoryia went off on his own during lunch, not wanting to talk to any of the other kids. He was scared Kaken would feel like he was useless too. Midoryia was found by Kato, the kid who said he had a disability. The boy was taunting him, making fun of him for not having a quirk. Midoryia ignored him, but he wouldn't go away. Finally stood up for himself, but instead of leaving him alone, the other boy got physical. Midoryia attempted to fight back, but he had already been caught off guard and ended up on the ground. The boy retreated when he was satisfied. Midoryia begrudgingly stood up. Lunch was ending soon. He was sore all over and was pretty sure he had visible bruises. His face had been slammed against the ground, so there would be no hiding what had happened. He was sure the other boy would get in trouble when his teacher saw him. The sound of footsteps startled him. He was even more shocked when he saw Kaken coming. "Oi, there you are, nerd. What happened?" Midoryia shrugged. "I fell." "Tish, don't lie to me, you're a terrible liar." "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you, nerd. You ran off before I could talk to you. I just wanted to say you better not be slacking off because you don't have a quirk. None of these other extras can compete with me." Midoryia brightened. Kaken was still treating him the same as he usually did. "You don't think there's something wrong with me?" "Not any more than usual. You don't have a quirk, so what? Come on, let's get to class. Lunch is over soon. Don't listen to whatever those shitty extras are saying about you." Midoryia grinned and walked beside Kaken back into class. No one commented on his bruises all day, not even the teacher. A few of the other kids made remarks about him. He gained the nickname Deku by the end of the day. He and Kaken walked home together. Kaken glared at any of the other kids who tried to talk to them. They lived close to each other. Midoriya's place was the first stop. He hoped his parents weren't home so he could hide his bruises, but that wasn't the case. His mother was home. She usually didn't work until nighttime while his father worked during the day. She was waiting for him by the door. Her face fell when she laid her eyes on her son. Izuku, what happened? It was just some boy in my class. I'm fine. Why didn't the school call us? They didn't know. It happened at lunch. Izuku, sweetie, you have a black eye. They should have sent you to the nurse. Do you know who did this to you? She dragged him off to the kitchen to get him something to ice his face, then looking over the rest of his body, there was nothing major that needed attention. He would heal eventually. Izuku was holding frozen peas to his eye. His mother was waiting to hear about his day. He sighed and told her about what happened. For some reason he couldn't lie to her. Her face twisted from sad to angry. Your teacher shouldn't have said that, and she should have sent you to the nurse when she saw you after lunch. Your father and I will be going to your school to talk about it. That's final. Go change and you can help me with dinner. The protests fell dead on his tongue. It was a losing battle arguing with Inko Midoriya. Everyone knew that. The next day, the school was very surprised to see two pro-heroes walk in with Midoryia. Not many people knew Attraction, but they definitely all knew Roar. Finding out who his parents were improved his treatment at school. After school, his father surprisingly picked him up. Where are we going? He asked once he noticed they were going in the opposite direction of their home. We wanted to wait until you were a bit older, but after yesterday your mother and I wanted to make sure you could defend yourself. I have a friend who owns a martial arts dojo. He said you're welcome there. Your mother and I will help you out as well, but I thought that you'd ought to have a professional teach you. You'll be able to take any of those dumb kids who call you useless in no time. Don't tell your mother I said this, but I will make sure you're not punished if you punch that kid from yesterday in the jaw. Izuku chuckled. Deep down he knew his mother would say the exact same thing. The first few weeks of the year went by. It was fine. He was still being picked on by a few kids, but it didn't matter to him. He knew his worth no matter what they called him. It was finally the Saturday of the UA Sports Festival. The Midoriyas watched it every year. During the first year event, a student caught his eye. His name was Aizawa Shoyuta. He had made it through the first 2 rounds and he was now fighting his first one-on-one match. Izuku watched in wonder as Aizawa erased his opponent's quirk and dominated the fight afterwards, pushing his opponent out of the bounds in record time, without a quirk. Yes, Aizawa could erase his opponent's quirk, but he was just leveling the playing field, so they both fought quirkless. Why isn't he in the hero course already? Izuku asked after Aizawa won his second match, making it to the semifinals. The entrance exam isn't exactly fair to those with non-physical quirks. He wouldn't have much luck against robots. But I have a feeling he's going to be transferred after the festival. His mother explained. Transfer? Well, they always had a rule that if a non-hero student impressed in the festival, they may be able to transfer. But from what I know, it hasn't happened so far. Though Aizawa looks like he's going to win the whole thing, they'd face a lot of backlash if they don't let him. They better. I like him. He's going to be one of my new favorite heroes. I think I might have to win the sports festival in the future if I want to go to UA. UA was Izuku's dream school. His parents went there and so did All Might. It was the best hero school in the country. He and Kaken were going there together. But if he was going to have to face up against robots to get in, maybe the festival was a better option. He watched excitedly as Aizawa won the whole thing. He couldn't wait for Aizawa to become a hero. He might even steal All Might's spot in his top 3 heroes. He'll be a great underground hero. I hope they let him take internships. I'm going to offer him one. His mother was also happy Aizawa won. She was watching for any underground hero material and he showed great promise. His father, however, was eyeing the student who won second place. The house phone rang and Izuku jumped up. He knew that it was Kaken. He would be calling to talk about the event before the second years started their events. Izuku picked up and immediately started to gush about Aizawa while Kaken spoke about the flashier students. Izuku didn't care much for the other students. Watching Aizawa, however, gave him hope. Thank you, sensei. Have a good night. Midoriya bowed to his judo instructor before grabbing his bag and walking towards the train station. He had been going to Ito-sensei's dojo for about 3 years now. He started with judo and karate and he joined in on other classes when he could. Recently, he started kendo, a sword-based martial arts style. At home, he took turns training with his parents. His father helped with his strength. They worked out in their home gym every other day. Meanwhile, his mother helped with his stamina and stealth. At home and in the dojo, he was strong, competent, and confident. But at school, the other students tried to discredit his abilities. Midoryia was a smart kid. He was at the top of his class. In reality, he was way beyond what they were learning in class due to his outside studying. He was also agile and strong thanks to his training. But his classmates didn't see that. They heard the word quirkless and immediately thought he was worthless. They thought he had a disease. At first, they were careful with their bullying after his parents came to school and filed a complaint, but as the years passed they were more upfront about it. Calling him names, pushing him around, leaving distasteful notes on his desk. Kids were cruel. He had been told to kill himself a few times by now. All his classmates seemed to learn about suicide recently and saw it as another way to torture him. Midoryia hated school. He was way ahead of the material. He always found himself writing in his notebooks instead of paying attention. The teachers would call him out on it the first few times, but after he flawlessly answered the questions they asked, they learned to let him be. Kaken was the only pleasant thing about school. The two boys were such opposites. Midoryia was quiet, timid, always analyzing. Bakugo was loud, brash, confident, and his vocabulary was growing more colorful each day. Bakugo liked Midoryia because he was smart and good at everything. Midoryia was always number one in their class, but Bakugo was always close behind. Everything was a competition for him, and at their school, Midoryia was the only one worth competing with him. Kaken always told the other kids off whenever they were together. But it didn't stop Midoryia from getting bullied when he was alone. Midoryia also had self-sacrificing tendencies, always stepping in when others got picked on, even if those people were shitty to him. One day, he was leaving school 30 minutes after it ended. He had to stay after to take a test he missed when he heard a commotion on the playground. His curiosity got the better of him and he rushed over. One of his classmates, a girl named Kimura Yui, was getting picked on by a group of older kids. Midoryia was angry. What gave them the right to gang up on her like that? They were older and bigger and most likely stronger. So what was their problem? The girl was already cowering on the ground, crying out in pain. Midoryia rushed in, pushing his bag to the ground. "Why don't you guys pick on someone your own size?" he questioned, stepping in front of the girl. "Who the hell are you?" the kid in front, most likely the leader, asked. "Wait, isn't that Deku? My brother told me about him, the quirkless loser that doesn't know how to stay down." The other kids thought this was funny. Midoryia typically didn't defend himself when he was the one getting picked on, but when it came to others, he was a whole different person. "You guys are the ones picking on someone 2 years younger than you. The only losers I see are right in front of me." This angered them enough to throw fists. Midoryia was prepared, putting his training to good use. Catching the first fist before knocking the guy's legs out from under him. He fought off several of the other members, knocking one out by striking him in the pressure point on his chin. The leader finally realized that Midoryia wasn't so useless after all and came at him. The older boy was much larger than Midoryia. He snuck up on him and pushed Midoriya's head against the slide. Midoryia was shocked by the hard surface, getting caught off guard. The older boy delivered several punches on Midoriya's body. Midoryia was being hit for about a minute straight before he caught a fist and judo flipped the other boy. He thought it was finally over, but he had angered the boy. He felt a burning sensation on his arm. He looked down to see that the older boy was using his quirk on him. Midoryia hissed. The older boy had some sort of fire quirk, and he was using it to burn Midoryia. He groaned internally. That was going to leave a mark. He'd have to hide that from his parents until it healed. The other boys realized what the older boy had just done. He unlawfully used his quirk and they'd be lucky if Midoryia didn't report it. But Midoryia knew the drill by now. He'd go to the principal's office only to be lectured about fighting off of school grounds. The only way they would face punishment was if Midoryia told his parents, which he refused to. Midoryia was pushed to the ground and the other boys retreated. He looked over Kimura, who was bleeding. Midoryia fetched his bag and pulled out his first aid kit. "Can I?" She nodded and allowed him to clean her wounds before placing some superhero-themed bandages on her. "Why were they picking on you?" he asked. Kimura was one of the nicer people in his class. She never picked on him and would sometimes shoot him a smile. It was likely because she had what others called a weak quirk and got picked on quite a bit. She was able to change her hair and eye color. Izuku thought it was quite useful. When they went around saying what they wanted to be when they grew up, she said she wanted to be a musician. It would be interesting to see how she could use her quirk to make unique looks. Midoryia, of course, said he wanted to be a hero, which increased the ridicule he got from his classmates. It was funny that so many of them adored his father, who was a popular hero, but they told his son to kill himself daily. "My brother is in their class. They usually pick on him and take his money, but he's sick today, so they came to find me," she explained, standing up and straightening her appearance before bowing to him. "Thank you for standing up for me. A few other people saw me and just walked away. But you got hurt helping me. You're bleeding." Midoryia shrugged. "I'm okay, I'll take care of it." By now he had a high pain tolerance. He was even fazed by the burn on his arm. "It's a lot of blood. My mom is a nurse. I think you might need stitches." She looked towards his shoulder. Midoriya's hand flew to where she was looking. When he withdrew it, he saw a lot of blood. That wasn't good. He probably did need stitches. He cursed himself for not learning that yet. Midoryia just smiled. "It's okay, I can handle it. I'll take care of it when I get home." "If you say so. How did you learn to fight like that anyway?" "It was so cool. I go to a dojo. You and your brother might want to consider one. It's very beneficial." She nodded. "I never thought about that. I have to go home now. Thank you again, Midoriya-kun." After she ran off, Midoryia started to walk towards the pharmacy nearby. He would have to fix himself up before he got home. His parents wouldn't be home till later, so they weren't expecting him. He used his jacket to wrap his shoulder up and slipped inside. He knew the workers well enough by now. He was always spending money on first aid supplies. By now, they were unfazed when he came in bleeding. He picked up some more bandages, ointment, and rubbing alcohol before finding a needle and some thread. He was browsing through the aisles when he found a book on first aid. He looked through it and immediately picked it up. This was just what he needed. He quickly paid for his stuff and rushed home. He locked himself in the bathroom and started to patch himself up. From looking into the book, he saw that the burn was a third-degree burn. He couldn't do much except clean it and put some cream on it before wrapping it up. He then moved on to stitches. He soon learned how difficult it was to stitch your own body. He was lucky his hands were so steady. It took him a whole hour to finish. He was being extra careful. He changed into a hoodie and more comfortable pants before grabbing some leftovers in the fridge. It was Friday and his parents wouldn't be home for a couple of hours. Midoryia wondered if he could go see his father. His father was always involved in some more high-profile public fights. Midoryia would sometimes watch from a safe distance when he was nearby. He did this with other heroes too, so he could take notes on their abilities. But watching his parents was the best. His mother almost always worked at nights and with more shady characters, so he couldn't particularly watch her that much. Though sometimes she would be backup for other heroes and Izuku loved to watch. His mom promised Izuku he could watch her on her everyday patrols when he was older, but for now, it was dangerous for a child to be around in the underground. He had a couple of hours before his parents came home and he wanted to get out of the house. He had passed by this junk-filled beach the other day that he was eager to see if there were any parts he could take for his projects. He had started inventing recently after his father found him toying around with the taser he had given him. His father told him about support items and how Izuku would likely want to use them in the future. Izuku was filled with ideas. He took the train to a stop nearby Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Nobody spared him a second glance as he started to go through the junk. A lot of it was useless, but he ended up finding some good items he could use for later. Maybe one day he could clean the beach up. It would surely look nice without all this junk, but that was a project for another day. Perhaps he could use it to train? He placed his loot into his backpack and started to walk away. He wasn't paying attention when he bumped into a rather skinny man with blonde hair. "Ah, my boy, I didn't see you there." "No, it's my fault. Sorry for bumping into you," Midoryia said. The guy looked kind of sketchy if he was being honest. That's no problem. Do you come to this beach often? I've never seen you here before. You should be careful, there are some sharp objects around here, my boy. This is my first time actually, I was just curious. Thank you for your concern, mister. You can call me Yagi, the man offered. Great, I'll be going now, Yagi-san. Midoriya waved goodbye to the man before walking off. He hoped he wouldn't run into him again if he came back. Something about him was suspicious, he looked like he carried many secrets. His mother taught him to read others' behavior and there was something about him that ticked off some red flags. Midoriya shook his head, it was probably not a big deal. He ran to the station so he could get home before it got completely dark. Maybe he could make dinner, his mother started to teach him how to cook. Though he wasn't sure if she'd like him by the stove by himself. The fighting took a lot out of him and by the time he gets back to his room he jumps into bed and falls asleep. Izuku was on his laptop working on his new fascination with programming. He got a laptop for his birthday this year and started messing around with the code and discovered a love for programming. He had a lot to fall back on if this hero thing didn't work out. Well, that was if he could get away with being quirkless. He had done some research and found out that discrimination took place even in the workplace. Businesses would rather hire someone with an unrelated quirk to the job than someone without one. As if a quirk made the person more competent. His parents tried to shield him from the harsh truth of being quirkless, but they couldn't shield him forever. He recently found out the statistics on quirkless suicide. His stomach dropped when he found out. In less than 10 years, he'd be at the age where suicide was most common. He didn't think anything would drastically change that he would consider suicide, not as long as his parents were there for him. There was a knock at the door, Izuku's father came in once he responded. He was dressed in his hero outfit. Do you want to come to the agency with me today? Saito says he misses you. Izuku grinned, he always loved hanging out at his father's agency. Everyone was so nice and welcoming. His sidekicks would let Izuku analyze their quirks, and they would offer to train him when they had downtime. Saito was his father's best friend, he personally worked on their support gear and helped gather information about the cases they worked on. He wasn't a hero so he was always in the agency and Izuku hung out with him whenever he was visiting. Saito taught him a lot about support gear and helped sharpen Izuku's analysis skills. Yes. I'm coming. I need to change. He was still in his pajamas. He waited for his father to leave before he peeled off his shirt. He normally didn't care about changing in front of people but now he had scars and bruises to hide. He threw on a long-sleeve shirt and some jeans before grabbing his backpack and going out to meet his father. The agency was close by. Izuku had been there many times before, he knew his way around. His father left him on his own to get some paperwork done. Izuku headed for Seisho's lab. He put on protective gear before entering. Seisho was always blowing stuff up. He had learned his lesson the first time they had shattered a glass window and a shard of glass cut Izuku. He had knocked on the door but the man was always listening to loud music and likely didn't hear. Izuku walked over to his side to observe what he was doing. After a few minutes, the man looked up from his work and saw Izuku. Hey little dragon, are you going to help me out here? You bet. He grinned, is that Crusher? He gestured to the video of some new villain the man was watching. Yes, he's been causing quite a stir on your father's patrol routes. I've just been watching back the footage to see what we're missing. I'm not sure how he keeps slipping in between our fingers. Got any theories? Well, Izuku opened his mouth to start rambling his ideas but paused, remembering the words of his classmates when he went on his analytical tangents. They always said it was creepy, annoying, and not at all helpful. Kaken would listen to him but that was it. Izuku bit his lip, maybe his uncle didn't really want his opinion. He was just a kid. Surely the older man was just being nice. Are you okay, Izuku? Yeah, it's just, I don't think my thoughts will be anything useful. I mean, you probably already thought of everything. You're so smart and I'm just a kid. Izuku, that's ridiculous. You're a genius kid, of course I want to hear what you think. 2 pairs of eyes are better than 1, right? Maybe Kaken was right, Izuku shouldn't listen to his classmates. Here was an intelligent man asking for his analysis, wanting it. Well then, I have 2 theories. Izuku began doing what he did best. Izuku jogged by his mother's side. The summer had just started and he had been going on early runs with her every day. They ran 6 miles in total by the time they got back home. When he first started training with his mother, he felt like he was dying. She was very fast-paced and had a high-intensity regime to stay in shape. The first time he fought her, he didn't last seconds. Inko was quick on her feet. She moved silently and with purpose. It was much different from his martial art lessons or sparring with his father. It took him years to be able to keep up with her. He was very proud of how far he has come since then. After their run, they went to the gym to spar. The mother and son danced around each other. By now, they knew each other well enough to predict the other's moves. Izuku was very flexible. He could jump and flip around to evade attacks with no issue. There was a parkour gym nearby that he went to from time to time, and if he could be found jumping around the city occasionally, it was nobody else's business. After about 30 minutes of dancing around each other, Izuku pinned Inko to the ground with a triumphant smile. He was still surprised whenever he got the best of her. They separated and sat down on the floor together. His mother put her arm over his shoulder. "Good job, Izuku, you're getting better. I'm so proud of you, you're going to be a great hero. They won't even know what hit them." "I don't know, what if it doesn't work out? All the kids at school don't think it's realistic." "What do they know? A quirk doesn't make a hero, their ambition does. You want to save people with a smile like All Might and you can do that quirk or no quirk. You're so strong, baby, you're fast, you're agile, and you have the heart of a hero. Your father and I will be cheering you on no matter what." Izuku squeezed his mom tighter. "Thanks, Mom." "Of course, Izuku, I'll be cheering you on at UA in a few years. Go shower and get breakfast before you head out." "Are you going to the beach again?" "I might. I want to finish cleaning it before high school." Izuku has been picking parts from the beach for years. This summer he decided he was going to start clearing the beach of trash. He wasn't really in a rush. He probably wouldn't even clean it halfway by the time junior high started. But he had 3 months to start. Izuku rushed upstairs to clean up. He wore some shorts and a t-shirt and went downstairs. Izuku always wondered if Midoriya Inko had another secret quirk. In the short time he had gotten ready for the day, she prepared a whole feast. "You need to eat more so you grow taller, you're too short," she would always say when he complained about her piling his plate with food, all while pinching his cheeks. Heroes need to eat a lot so they grow strong. Yeah, he was short but packed a punch. Izuku stuffed his mouth so he could leave quicker. His mother sent him disapproving looks so he slowed down. "I will be back in a couple of hours." "Love you, Mom." Izuku placed a kiss on his mother's cheek before running out the door. Izuku soaked in the summer sun. Summer was his favorite time of the year. Mainly because he didn't have to go to school or see any of the people who loved to torment him. During the summer he only felt loved, wanted, useful even. He was going to junior high soon. He hoped it would be different, but he really wasn't that naive. Nothing would change. He was still waiting for the ball to drop and for Kaken to stop being his friend. They had been friends for years, so Izuku should think better of him. But he already had people pretend to be his friend just to turn around and bully him harder. After they used him, of course. An autograph from Izuku's dad, some help with their quirk, answers for homework. To them, Izuku was useful for everything but genuine friendship. But only a few more years until Izuku could show his worth at UA. It would surely be different. They even had a policy on quirk discrimination. Izuku double-checked to be sure it wasn't just his imagination. Izuku arrived at the beach and got to work. He always looked for any useful spare parts for his inventions while cleaning up the junk. About 3 hours later he was exhausted. With the workout from the morning and lifting heavy objects, he needed some rest. The beach was gradually getting cleaner even though nobody noticed. Well, besides that Yagi guy he kept running into. Izuku still didn't trust him. He was hiding something. Izuku was determined to figure it out. It was Izuku's 11th birthday and he was sitting down to open the presents his parents got him before dinner. Izuku carefully opened his mother's gift first. He gasped when he saw what was inside the box. It was a beautiful set of knives, each perfectly crafted by his favorite weapons maker. The presents he got from his mother were rarely ordinary. She had gotten him a handgun for Christmas. He picked one of the knives out and swung it in his hand. It was a perfect fit. I love it, Mom. Izuku squeezed her tightly. Holding the knife, Izuku got a flashback to when his mother first taught him how to throw a knife. Why would I need to throw a knife at someone? Izuku questioned, starting at the set of knives his mother had placed on the kitchen table. She smiled. You never know when you have to cut a by dash, she coughed. You never know when you have to hit a target from far away. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Mom, do you just throw knives at people? Only when they deserve it. He shrugged. Okay, teach me. She beamed. Come on, let's go to the training room before your dad wakes up. His mom brought him over to the target board. Izuku had never noticed it before, but there were a ton of indents that must have come from knives. This shouldn't be too hard for you. You just choose a target and… She brought the knife close to her before flinging it to stick in the middle of the board. Whoa! Do you want to try? Izuku nodded. She handed him a smaller knife. Izuku copied his mother's movements. The knife landed not too far from the middle. See, you're a natural. But here, stand like this. They practiced for about an hour when the door opened and Hisashi walked in. They both paused, dropping their knives guiltily like kids who had been caught looking at their Christmas present early. God damn it, Inko. He's 5. He opened his father's present next. It was a pendant with his hero symbol on it. Izuku put it on immediately. He wouldn't be taking it off anytime soon. I love you guys. There was a knock at the door and Izuku rushed to open the door. The Bakugos were coming over for dinner. Happy birthday, brat, Auntie Mitsuki said, wrapping him in a tight hug. We could be very intense just like her son, while her husband Masaru Bakugo was a lot tamer. Izuku couldn't breathe in her embrace. Kaken noticed. Let go of him, you hag. You're going to kill him. She finally dropped him so he could breathe. Don't dash. Izuku paused, still catching his breath. Don't call your mother that, Kaken. Teach whatever, nerd. Happy birthday, about time you caught up. I can't control when I was born, Kaken. Izuku rolled his eyes. Everything was a competition with him, even age apparently. Katsuki. Inko pulled the explosive blonde into a hug. How are you, sweetie? If anyone else treated him the way Inko did, they wouldn't live to see the next day. But Midoryia Inko was secretly terrifying. She looked cute and sweet from the outside, but Katsuki and Izuku had seen her when she was angry and they knew how scary she could be. Let's eat dinner, I made a lot of food. After dinner, they cut into the chocolate cake Inko and Izuku had made. There was nothing better than his mother's homemade cake. The boys cleaned up the table and went to Izuku's room. Kaken suddenly held out a gift bag in front of Izuku. Here. Izuku looked at it in surprise. Oh, you didn't have to get me anything. I wouldn't have gotten you anything if I didn't want to. What are you waiting for? Open the DMN present. Izuku chuckled, looking inside the bag. He pulled out 3 notebooks and a set of pens. Izuku gasped when he saw the drawings on the covers of the notebooks. The first one had an intricate drawing of a dragon that wrapped all the way around the notebook. The second was based on Inko's hero costume, and the third was an All Might design. They looked professionally done. Did you draw these? I thought you didn't draw anymore. I never said that. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Well, they look great. Thank you. Whatever. Let's play a game or something. I'm bored as f-. Language, Kaken. Izuku playfully smacked him before turning on his gaming console. Oi, I know Auntie swears worse than me when she thinks we can't hear her. My mom is a saint, Izuku lied, handing him the controller. She gave you knives for your birthday. It was a perfectly reasonable present. She carries knives in her hero costume. I'm going to need some if I'm going to be a hero. Kaken looked like he was contemplating getting a few for a moment. Teach, well, I'm still going to be number 1 and you and your knives won't beat me. Sure thing, Kaken. I will beat you at Mortal Kombat, however. Nerd die. Izuku's laughter filled the room. At the end of the day he had his family and Kaken too. Izuku watched in wonder as his father flew at the villain, fire blazing from his breath. He was short and there was a crowd gathered so he could hardly see the action, but something in him just clicked. He had always liked to play with his father's wings and he loved the tricks he could make with his fire. But Izuku had never seen him like this before. He looked so fierce. He held onto his mother's hand as the dragon hero made quick work of the villain who had been terrorizing the city. After the villain was restrained, he freed mother and daughter that were taken hostage. The little girl was sobbing hysterically, but Roar managed to calm her down. He made objects with his fire to put a smile on her face. Izuku tugged on his mother's hand. "Mommy, Daddy is so cool. I wonder if I'll be able to breathe fire too. I can be just like him." She smiled. "Well, your quirk will come in soon and we'll see what happens." Izuku grinned. He was disappointed that he wasn't born with wings, but there was a chance for fire. Though, he wouldn't mind his mother's quirk either. "Come on, let's go make dinner. Your father will be hungry when he gets home. Heroes have to eat so they can save people." Izuku gasped. She was right. They needed to hurry home. Izuku pulled her along in the direction of the train station. "Slow down, honey, I can't keep up." His mother laughed at his enthusiasm. That night when his father came home, Izuku pounced on him. "You are so cool, Daddy. You're my absolute favorite hero." His father had to cover his mouth to prevent himself from coughing out fire in surprise. "Really, little dragon? I thought it was All Might. You're always watching that video of his." "He's my second now. You're cooler. All Might can't breathe fire." Hisashi's eyes twinkled, looking up at his wife who looked just as touched. The next week Izuku was out shopping with his father at night for a birthday present for Inko. She worked at nights, so it was the best time to go out without being caught. A man with a gun suddenly burst through the jewelry store they were in and held the closest woman to him hostage. He went about taking expensive jewelry and stuffing it in his bag. Izuku's father held him tightly. He looked like he was contemplating what to do when the door burst open again. A woman in a dark green bodysuit walked in. Izuku gasped when he saw the familiar shade of green hair pulled back into a tight ponytail. "Is that Mommy?" he whispered to his father. "Yes." His mother was a hero. Izuku was shocked. He knew she worked at night, but he never did ask what her job was. "Stay back or I'll shoot." The man pointed the gun at the hostage's head. Attraction didn't falter. Izuku noticed a small movement of her hand that she made whenever she used her quirk. But it was so subtle that no one noticed. "I said I would shoot." The criminal looked at her like she was crazy. "Go ahead." He instead turned the gun to her. "My quirk gives me perfect aim. Don't move." She kept walking. He pulled the trigger and nothing happened. The guy looked at his gun in shock. "I swear it was loaded." Izuku knew that she had used her quirk to break the weapon, but the criminal had no idea. The man threw the hostage to the ground and charged at the hero. She caught his wrist with no effort at all and pinned him to the ground. She placed HNDCFFS on his wrist and pulled him up. "The police should be here soon." She told the manager, who thanked her profusely. Inko had never even looked their way, and yet she knew they were there. "Oh, and boys, I like this one," she said, pointing to the diamond necklace on display. "Noted," Hisashi said before finding a worker to pay for it. They left the store after the cops came with the necklace in tow. "How come Mommy only works at night if she's a hero?" Izuku asked his father. "She's an underground hero. They aren't very well known. Their work requires them not to be in the spotlight too much." Izuku's eyes widened. "So like spies?" Hisashi chuckled. "Not quite, little dragon. But they do sometimes do undercover work." "Did Mommy go to UA like you and All Might?" "Yes, it's where we met." Underground heroes. This was new information to Izuku. Suddenly he had a lot to think about. The next day at breakfast his parents noticed he wasn't eating. He was looking back and forth between them and then starting at his food, trying to be sneaky. "What's wrong, Izuku?" his mom finally asked after the 5th time he looked at her. "I can't figure out which of you is my favorite hero." His parents glanced at each other. "Well, I can breathe fire." His father then breathed fire like they hadn't seen it before. Inko glared at her husband, then turned to her son. "Do you want to see all the hidden knives I keep on me? They work great with my quirk." Izuku's eyes lit up. "You could use them like a boomerang." He started to excitedly mumble under his breath about the possibilities. How did knives beat literal dragon's breath? Hisashi pouted. "Sorry, honey, I'm just cooler than you." Izuku snapped out of his rambling to declare for the first time, "I want to be a hero too." I'll be like both of you. It was the last week of summer break. Both of Izuku's parents had a rare day off and they decided to go to a festival downtown. There was music, dancing, and stalls selling food and other items. There were supposed to be fireworks sometime soon. When Izuku noticed a hero-themed face painting booth, he dragged his parents over and proceeded to get Roar-themed face paint done. The artist looked like she went into shock when she saw the hero himself standing there, waiting for his son. If she gave Izuku the best-looking face paint she's done all day, it was nobody else's business. Sometimes I wish you weren't an underground hero. I want to be able to buy merch of yours in the store. Or get attraction face paint. Izuku told his mother he was extremely lucky when he had found a poster of her in some rundown thrift store. He and his mother instead made their own merchandise so Izuku could put it with the rest of his hero merchandise. Well, I don't think I'm a good hero to face paint anyways. What would that even look like? Maybe green bunny ears like your mask? He offered. That could work. His father agreed. Can we get ice cream? Izuku pointed over to the booth selling frozen treats. You haven't had dinner. It's a festival. Hisashi pouted before Izuku could. What Dad said, Izuku copied his father's puppy dog expression. Between the two of them, there was enough cuteness to make Inko cave in. You boys will be the death of me. Fine, you can have ice cream. But we're going to have real food too later on. Izuku looked at his father, they nodded at the same time. This is a fair exchange. Izuku got a Texas Smash ice cream sundae. His mom got vanilla and his dad got matcha green tea ice cream. They sat down at a picnic table to eat. Izuku played on the phone his parents got him to celebrate going to junior high. I can't believe our baby has grown up so much. Yeah, well, he turned out to be a handsome young man. Just like his father. He gets his good features from me. Izuku watched in amusement as his parents argued over who had the superior genes. He was glad to have them both in his life. Izuku was lucky, he knew that the majority of quirkless children either got abandoned or abused by their families. He managed to get two loving parents who stuck around and encouraged him even after he was diagnosed. He had no idea what he would have become without them. Perhaps he would have taken his classmates' advice and killed himself. But he had people to live for and a dream to achieve. Izuku honey, why are you crying? Huh. Izuku touched his cheeks to see that they were wet. He had started crying without noticing. Oh, I just really love you guys. I don't know what I would do without you. Izuku his mother started to tear up. The crying came from her side of the family. Ah, little dragon, get over here and give us a hug. Izuku walked over to his parents' side and jumped into their embrace. He only had a few more days of this before he had to go back to school. He just wanted to treasure these moments. The rest of the night they spent walking around the festival. At the end, there was a big extravagant dance performance. I can't believe you still fit on my shoulders. I know you're still hoping for the junior high growth spurt, but I just want you to stay small forever. Izuku hit his dad on the head. He was watching the performance from his father's shoulders. It was easier to see this way. Midoryia Hisashi was a tall and intimidating man compared to Izuku, who was tiny and looked too cute for words. If it weren't for their shared sea of freckles all over their faces, and their curly mess of hair, nobody would believe they were related. A colorful firework display filled the air, a perfect end to the night. The next day, Izuku went to the agency with his dad early in the morning to get a workout done before he had to go patrolling. Just one more set. His father told him after he started to get tired. I don't understand why I need to lift all these heavy weights. This is over 3 times my weight, a bit overkill, don't you think? You have to make up muscle for what you're missing in height. Izuku glared. I'm kidding, hey, you know, that glare pretty scary. Did you learn that from your mother? He continued to glare. Yeah, I knew it. She can be scary sometimes. Did I tell you about the first time we met? I thought I was going to die that day, but that's a story for later. Anyway, you might have to lift heavy things as a hero, you'll need muscle for that. Better to start now than later. Izuku stopped glaring, his father was right. There could be debris he had to lift or a person he needed to pick up. He really couldn't afford to be weak, especially with his lack of a quirk. Hisashi's watch beeped, he stopped what he was doing. You okay to finish up on your own? I got to go. Your uncle's in his lab, you can go hang out with him if you want to stay. I think I'll stick around for a bit. Izuku started to put the equipment away. He wasn't about to continue without a spotter. Once he was done, he went over to the kitchen area. One of his father's sidekicks was there making a smoothie. Hey Izuku, want one? He nodded, hoisting himself onto the counter next to her. The workout took a lot out of him, and he had woken up at 5 in the morning for it. Good workout. Tiring. He mumbled. She laughed. I can tell, you're usually super energetic when I see you. Thank God you haven't started on coffee yet. Good idea. Don't you dare, your father will burn me alive. She passed him a cup with a thick light pink smoothie. Izuku took a sip. I'll protect you if you keep making me smoothies. Strawberry banana. She nodded, my hero. Thank you for the drink. Have a good patrol. Izuku jumped off the counter and made way for his uncle's lab. He was greeted by various workers on his way. Izuku. Morning Izukin. Looking good, little dragon. Izuku liked it at his father's agency. Everyone was so friendly and he knew most of them since he was born. They were all very supportive. His father made sure to hire good people. Izuku heard an explosion from outside Seisho's lab. He chuckled, the man was always blowing things up. Izuku put on the protective gear that was by the door for him before entering. Smoke immediately evacuated the room. His uncle stood with a fire extinguisher in hand over a burn object. What happened? Izuku. Just the man I needed. I need a second set of hands. Small hands. Should have called me before blowing up your project. Where's the fun in that? Get over here, we have to start from scratch. After they cleaned up the mess that was the failed experiment, the two inventors sat down to discuss what exactly it was they were making. When you're a hero, I'm going to have to start working for you once your old man retires. Though you may be making all your support items yourself. There will always be room for you. Ah, that's my boy. I knew you would have my back. Izuku stayed in the lab until evening. He always enjoyed being there. It felt like his second home. Is that my mom? Izuku's eyes widened. He had been watching the news coverage of the huge gang raid. There were many known heroes, including his father and his partner Ryukyu. Izuku hadn't anticipated his mother being there. She didn't usually work with other heroes. Why is she there? I thought she was an underground hero. Yeah, well, sometimes underground heroes team up with the others. Like in this situation, numbers are important. She's actually teamed up with your father before. There's not much news coverage on it though. They do work well together, just watch. His uncle explained. So she does throw knives at people, Izuku muttered under his breath when he saw knives fly through the air and pin down a guy by his clothing. She's so cool. Izuku watched as his parents fell into a rhythm. They looked like they have been fighting with each other for a long time. There were other heroes in the background, but Izuku's eyes were on his parents. His mother stood in a fighting stance she had shown him a few years ago, weapons she had pulled towards her from her opponents flying by her side. Her green ponytail was flying in the... There was blood gushing down her face from a cut she had gotten. Despite this, she looked beautiful, perfectly in her element. His father stood, wings flapping, his fire twinkled in the night sky. Izuku didn't know how he was still standing considering he had been thrown into some cars a few minutes ago. The heroes cleaned house, leading to the arrest of several high-level villains. Izuku pulled out his notebook to jot things down that he had noticed during the fight. He had an eidetic memory which was very useful at a time like this. That night when his parents arrived home, he gushed about how awesome they were. He hoped one day that he could fight alongside them. Unless something tragic happened, he would be able to begin his career while they were still active. He would give anything to work with both of them. Are you sure you have everything? Izuku resisted the urge to roll his eyes. His mother could be a bit overbearing sometimes. It was sweet how she worried about him, but he was capable of taking care of himself. Do you have your bento? Your gym clothes? What about your planner? Yes, yes, and yes. I double-checked, Mom. You don't have to worry. Her eyes welled up in tears. How can I not worry? My baby is going to junior high. You're so grown up. Next thing I know, you'll be graduating from UA top of your class. A furious blush spread across his cheeks. Mom. Don't embarrass him too much, Inko. His father walked up behind Izuku and ruffled his hair. Looking good, little dragon. Guess it's time to leave the den, huh? Don't ruin his hair. Inko scolded her husband, quickly moving to fix it. You guys are acting as if I've never left the house before. If you're acting like this, how are you going to survive when I go to high school? I have no idea. At least I have 3 more years to prepare. There was a loud knock at the door. Oi, hurry up, Zuku. I'm not waiting all day. Inko opened the door before Izuku could even move. When she was Bakugo, she started to cry again. Oh, Katsuki, you look so handsome too. My boys are ready for junior high. Come in, we need to take pictures. Izuku hid his laughter as his mother fussed over Kaken. She shoved them together and proceeded to take several pictures, then made them stand on their own for individual pictures. We really have to go now or we'll be late. Izuku finally said after what felt like thousands of photos later. He pulled the taller boy out the door before they could say anything else. Sorry about that. She's just really excited. I could tell. Auntie was fussing on me like I was a prince. Izuku looked over him. I mean, you would make a good prince. If you just fixed your hair. Oh, shut up, shitty nerd. No one asked for your opinion. They took the train to Adlera Junior High. Izuku gulped. The building wasn't much bigger than their elementary school, but it gave off a dark and imposing aura. Izuku had a bad feeling about the school. Once they got inside, they received their schedules. Izuku frowned. He was in a different class than Kaken. I guess this is goodbye. See you at lunch. Bakugo scowled. Don't listen to those shitty extras, okay? They don't f***ing know anything. Smash their faces in if they try to talk shit, okay? He nodded, though he wasn't the type to just start a fight over someone talking trash. The only times he fought back was when he was protecting someone else. Izuku walked into his homeroom. His smile fell a bit when he recognized a lot of his bullies from his old school. Kato was the biggest one. His eyes lit up when he saw Izuku. Izuku did not like the gleam in his eyes. He found his seat and sat down. Pulling out one of his notebooks, he began jotting down some notes of a new hero that had debuted yesterday. The bell rang and the teacher came in. He was a tall, mean-looking man who didn't look like he wanted to be here. Izuku wanted to give him a chance, but only 5 minutes into class, he was the worst teacher he ever had. Not only did he announce everyone's quirks, pointing out which ones were useless and the strong ones, but he also pointed out Izuku's quirkless status and went on a tangent about quirkless people. He singled Midoryia out and told him, "You people are so much more trouble than you're worth. You better be on your best behavior this year or I won't hesitate to discipline you." Everyone had laughed at him. He kept his head down for the rest of the PRD. The only person who actually seemed to like him was Kimura. After Midoryia had helped her out, he gave her a few self-defense lessons after school. He even helped her set up an account to post music online. His mother cried when he brought over someone other than Bakugo. She sent him a sad smile. She was no stranger to being bullied. Izuku used his stealth training to sneak out of the classroom for lunch. He did not feel like being beaten up on his first day. Hey Kaken, were you waiting for me? The blonde glared at him. Course not, my classroom is just right there, I just came out. What did those extras have to say about you this time? As they went to find a secluded spot to eat lunch, Izuku went off on a rant about the first half of his day. Spending about 5 minutes just complaining about his homeroom teacher. Bakugo was angry for him, saying some less flattering things about the man. The extras in my class ain't worth shit. Trying to latch onto me because I'm going to be a big deal. As if I'd pay attention to any of them. Maybe making friends would be nice, since we're not in the same class. And people seem to like you. Izuku wished he had a few friends or at least a few people that would speak with him without ulterior motives. He was a nice guy, he was considerate, always willing to take the extra step to support a person. If he had a quirk he would definitely have friends, but that was not the case. Bakugo scoffed, they all have ulterior motives. They don't want to be my friend, they just want someone strong to stand behind. As if I'd let those assholes use me like that. And just because we're not in the same class doesn't mean you can slack off. I'm going to be top of our grade this year. Izuku rolled his eyes. You say that every year but you're yet to beat me. Yeah, well I will now, you shitty nerd. Izuku laughed. Never change, Kaken. After lunch, the rest of the day went painfully slow. He faced some more cruel remarks, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. He snuck out of the classroom as soon as the bell rang. He wasn't going to get beat up on the first day of school. Izuku made it home without a scratch. That was a new record. His mother fussed over him again, excitingly asking to hear about his day. Izuku lied and told her it was great. He was hating how good of a liar he was becoming, that he could trick an underground hero such as his mother. She was happy that school was going better for him and made Katsudon to celebrate. A week into school and Izuku decided that he despised junior high. It was worse than any other year of school, and it was only the first week. The teachers were openly discriminatory against him. In elementary school, the teachers would make passing comments or act like he was slow even though he was the smartest kid in the room. But at Aldera, the teachers were constantly calling him out for no reason, comparing him to other students, testing his intelligence. He already had to stay after school to retake 2 tests after being accused of cheating. The teachers were shocked that he still got full points under their watchful eye. And the kids were worse. They were ramping up their teasing. He was constantly getting beat like he was some punching bag. The one time he fought back, the principal tried to suspend him because he won. The principal never took action when Midoryia was being beaten up, telling him to stay out of trouble. But the second Midoryia fought back, all of a sudden he was in trouble. He hadn't really hurt the other kids, just incapacitated them for a bit. Meanwhile, he had bruises all over his body. The only reason he didn't get suspended was they called his mom to school. And Midoryia Inko was furious. The principal didn't expect Midoryia to have loving parents. So when his mother threatened to raise hell on the school, he settled for 1 detention. That didn't change anything though. The teachers just continued to pretend he didn't exist. Izuku kept count of how many times he had been told to kill himself. Just this past week, it was that Izuku was so tired. He missed the summer where he wasn't constantly reminded of just how shitty society was to people like him. For the past 11 years, he tried to keep smiling, but his cheery exterior was beginning to crack. By the time his alarm went off, Izuku was already wide awake. He hadn't been sleeping very well these past few months. Junior high was nothing like the movies, at least not for a quirkless kid. For him it was hell. He knew he shouldn't let all those words get to him. He had ignored them all his life. But he couldn't ignore it forever. Eventually, he would start to believe he was worthless too. His body was still sore from the last beating he had gotten. He skipped breakfast. He only really ate it when his mom was breathing down his neck. His parents weren't home. It wasn't surprising. They had been working a lot over the last few months. Something about increased criminal activity. Izuku knew that there was something more to it. They were working themselves so hard. He wished they could take a break. He was familiar with this behavior. It was how they acted when they were about to take down something huge. He noticed a pattern in their behavior over the years. And this happened at least once a year. They worked more hours, were constantly stressed, and in their head, would leave the room just to talk about something. Izuku never really minded. He knew it was part of their work. They couldn't disclose their secret mission even with their son. Though it was usually a separate thing. His mom would be more absent, but his dad was there taking care of them both. Cleaning the house, cooking dinner, spending extra time with Izuku to make up for his wife. Or it would be the other way around, and his dad would be the one always out of the house while his mother spent more time with Izuku. He at least always had one parent there for him, but this time was different. It was okay, he was taking care of himself. He was a big boy now. He could use a hug from both of them though. But he was fine. He wasn't slowly breaking down without someone there to see. He was doing perfectly fine. The biking and suicide baiting wasn't getting to him whatsoever. He was broken. To keep himself busy, Izuku helped out around the house, hoping to reduce his parents' stress. He would clean, do laundry, have dinner on the table before they got home. It was the least he could do. He didn't want them to think he was worthless too. Just one more day before the weekend. His parents had Saturday off and were going to spend it together as a family. The day went by quickly. It was all the same by now. When he got home, he decided to make homemade udon. It was his mother's favorite. By the time he finished, his parents arrived home together. Whatever case they were working on, they were partnering up. He noticed the tired expressions on their faces. They both had consistent bags under their eyes. Welcome home, Izuku faked a cheery voice. They were stressed out enough. He didn't want them to worry about his attitude. You didn't have to make dinner. I could have a yawn interrupted her sentence. Izuku shot her a pointed look as if to say, really? It looks really good, little dragon. His father ruffled his hair and sat at his normal spot. You've been doing so much around the house. I just don't want you to think you have to. We should be working less starting next week. I'll make all your favorites. Izuku smiled slightly. It's okay, I understand. Hero work is unpredictable. You guys have to work a lot sometimes. I'll do anything I can to reduce the stress. Inko started to cry. You're the best son we could have asked for. I hope you know that just because we're busy doesn't mean you can't come to us with anything. It may be selfish, but family comes first. I know, I love you guys. And I've been doing fine. They looked like they didn't completely believe him. Maybe he wasn't as good of a liar as he thought he was. Saturday was the most fun he had in a long time. He spent the morning lazing around on the couch, watching cartoons, cuddling up between his mom and dad. They clearly needed the day off. They looked much more refreshed and even slept in. After lunch, they spent the evening shopping around town and finished off with dinner in a nice restaurant. Izuku fell asleep in his parents' arms on the couch. They had been watching Izuku's favorite video of when they teamed up a few years after their debut. He had found it one day on a deep internet search. He showed it to them. They were shocked it was out there since there were no reporters around. It was a fan video that caught them embracing. After saving a group of people, he kept all videos of them on a flash drive. He probably had all the videos that existed. He couldn't help it. He was their biggest fan. He went through an All Might phase when he was like 3, but that quickly changed. He was still one of Izuku's favorite heroes, but not number one. Izuku woke up alone around noon on Sunday. He had several text messages from Bakugo, the first asking to meet up. He proceeded to spam Izuku with insults till he got bored. He didn't have the time to answer before there was a pounding at his door. He reluctantly opened the door. Kaken looked a bit relieved, but the expression went away and was replaced with his signature scowl. You look less like shit than usually. Thanks. He shot his friend a sarcastic glare. I just woke up. I was going to text you back. I thought you died or something. We going to the arcade or what? Sure, let me change and we can go. The arcade was a welcome distraction. He let his competitive side take over for the 2 hours they were there. They ended up combining their tickets for some sriracha plush Bakugo was eyeing before he had to go home. Izuku didn't have any plans for the rest of the day. He was always weeks ahead on homework and he had no idea what time his parents were getting home. He wandered around for a bit. He always enjoyed people watching. It was amazing how observing someone for a few minutes could reveal so much about them. He kept his mumbling inside his head. He knew that other people found it creepy. The last thing he wanted to do was make random people uncomfortable. Izuku was dragged out of his thoughts when he heard an explosion go off. He took off in the direction the sound came from, hoping to get a look at whatever was going on. He saw the police cars first, then the reporters, then the carnage. One building had been blown to bits. There were civilians trapped underneath the rubble. Empty Lady was picking up rubble and bringing the injured to safety. Izuku couldn't see much from the smoke, but he recognized several forms. There was a mismatched group of heroes working together to fight off some threat. Izuku slipped away from the crowd, wanting to get a closer look. With the number of heroes on the scene, his parents had to be here. Maybe this was what they were so stressed out about. He scaled a nearby building to get a better view of the situation. He wished he brought his notebook along, but his memory was so good he didn't need it at this moment. He saw his mother first. She stood atop a building, near the edge, fighting some villain with a sword. Endeavor was close by. He had just taken down a few himself. Izuku didn't register what was happening. He just saw his father flying fast towards his mother, then fire, and then they fell. All of a sudden, his world froze. He couldn't think, couldn't breathe, couldn't move. No. Izuku stood at a standstill, the events of the last 5 minutes running endlessly in his head. Like he was watching a TV show but kept rewinding just for one scene. Endeavor carried himself with confidence, despite his atrocious destruction and causality records. The man could be sloppy, but Izuku had believed that the flame hero had a good handle on his quirk. Yet, he had miscalculated the intensity of his attack. It was meant to hit the villain, but the carelessness caused the attack to head straight for Izuku's mother. His father saw it before it hit. He moved to push her out of the way, but their bodies caught on fire as they tumbled to the ground like a comet coming down to earth. Izuku choked out a sob when he finally saw them, laying there out cold on the ground, limbs tangled together. It looked like they were taking "till death do us part" a little bit too literal. This wasn't fair. They were going to be okay. A medic had already rushed toward them. They would be fine. His father had a high resistance to fire anyway. But his mom... The fire and the fall. A fall from that height. The chances of survival were slim. Izuku had learned to stop hoping for the best when he was 4. Izuku's legs started moving without thinking. He had to see them. He didn't care if the police tried to stop him. He had to. He pushed past the police on the way to the ambulances that were waiting. The first responders looked alarmed at the small boy who had gotten past the police. "Please," he sobbed, "those are my parents. Will they be okay?" He grabbed his wallet and shoved the photograph he had of them to the nearest EMT. The resemblance was undeniable. She looked at him with pity. "That was quite a fall, kid. Attraction is slipping. I'll let you see her, but she's not going to make it to the hospital. Your father might have more luck." It wasn't just a fall, he wanted to say. Endeavor would have incinerated her if she wasn't pushed out of the way. He knew the cameras only caught the fall, but the burn marks would be visible on her skin. "She's not going to make it." The words echoed in his mind. She couldn't die, not now when he needed her. He let the medic bring him over to her. She was in the back of an ambulance. "You can ride with her. Your father is on his way, best to say goodbye now." He climbed into the back of the vehicle beside the EMT. His mom's eyes were barely open. "Mom." "Izuku, I'm sorry." The words were a whisper. If he wasn't listening closely, he wouldn't have heard anything. "Mom, it's okay. You're going to be okay. I need you." She looked in pain to even give him a small smile, the smile she used when she wanted to reassure him even when things were looking bad. "I love you, honey. Take care of your dad for me." She squeezed his hand as the vehicle started moving. "You're going to be okay, Mom." He promised, but they both knew it was a lie. "Keep talking." Izuku bit back tears and started to ramble about his day, telling her about all the games he beat Kaken in, and how excited he was to see MT Lady, a new hero he hadn't seen before. She was a bit vain, but she got the job done. Rescued a ton of civilians. And her quirk is so exciting. I wonder how long she can maintain that form. Her eyes were starting to close. Izuku panicked. "Mom? I love you so much. Please don't go. Love you, you're always my little hero." Her voice slurred before her eyes closed for a final time. He was full on sobbing now. The tears kept coming. This couldn't be happening. He cried all the way to the hospital. He didn't know where they were taking her body, but he couldn't look at her lifeless, half-burnt body for a second longer. He needed his dad. The EMT he rode with came to check on him. His father was apparently in surgery and was likely to survive with the medical personnel they had on staff. She led him to the waiting room and told him to call an adult he can trust. Izuku pulled at his phone, which was spammed with messages. He paid no attention to them, looking for the number and dialing it. "Hello. Have you seen the news?" "Yes, where are you?" The worry was evident in his uncle's voice. Some hospital, I was there. Rode back with Mom." She didn't dash. He couldn't finish the sentence. He didn't want to. "It's okay, I'll be there soon." He paused. "Is your dad okay?" "He's in surgery. They said he might make it. But he took the brunt of the fall." I'm driving right now. Do you need anything?" "No, just please hurry." Izuku was staring into space with a blank face when Seisho arrived. He would find it concerning if he didn't see the boy's tear-stained cheeks. "How are you holding up?" Izuku shrugged. Dumb question, right? He sat down next to Izuku and pulled the boy into his arms. They sat like this until a nurse came into the room hours later, telling them that Hisashi was out of surgery and they could see him. The look on her face made his stomach drop. Something was wrong. Izuku jumped out of his seat. already halfway to the room once he heard the room number. He flung the door open and immediately went to his father's side. Dad. His father had a few scars from the burning. His powers gave him a resistance to fire as hot as his own, but Endeavor's fire was hotter. For the most part, he looked okay, alive at least. He was very pale, he had an oxygen mask over his mouth, and his eyes were struggling to stay open. Izuku shrugged that off and blamed it on the drags. He wasn't dying. Hey, little dragon. You're okay? It was supposed to be a statement, but turned out to be more of a question. Izuku, you mother, and I love you more than anything. Why does it sound like you're saying goodbye? They said you were going to live. He smiled. I don't think I am. The way I landed, it's dash, his voice trailed off and he began to cough. It sounds weak and painful. No. I can't lose you too. Izuku, I love you so much. You're going to be a wonderful hero. We are so proud of how far you've come. His gaze turned to his best friend who was standing by the door, trying to appear strong. You'll take care of my boy, right? Of course, Hisashi. Dash. I know there was always a risk with your occupation, but we were supposed to retire to the mountains together. I dash. Hayashi held out his other hand for Seisho to take. We all knew the risks, didn't we? At least I'll be with Inko. Izuku stayed silent. This didn't make any sense. He understood his mother's death. With the burns and the fall, but his father's quirk protected him for the most part from fire, and the doctors said he would make it. Was there foul play at hand? Something wasn't quite right. Izuku, you're muttering. Oh. His father unchained the necklace from his neck. With shaking hands he pressed it into his son's hands. I want you to have this. Don't join us anytime soon, okay? Izuku stared at the wedding ring on the chain. It was dangerous to leave on your hand in hero work, so both of his parents wore matching necklaces. The three of them sat there for 2 hours, exchanging only pleasant words occasionally, trying to ignore the fact that Hisashi was slowly dying. Seisho, you're the best friend I could have ever hoped for. You'll always be family. I love you like a brother. I love you, Izuku. Your uncle will take care of us for you. Go make us proud, Soar high, little dragon. Don't let them kill you too. Izuku didn't cry as he saw his father close his eyes for the last time. It didn't feel real. This whole day felt like a sick, twisted nightmare. He didn't cry when Seisho eventually dragged him to the car and took him to his apartment. He didn't cry when he picked through the dinner Seisho put in front of him. His favorite meal tasted like dirt now that his parents were dead. They sat on the couch together after dinner. Izuku flicked through TV channels. It's okay to cry, you know? His uncle prompted. I know. He had cried enough to fill buckets when he had seen what happened. He was out of tears. If he had been tired before, now he was dying of exhaustion. Not a bad way to go, especially if that meant he could see his parents sooner than later. You've known them longer than I've been alive. You could take your own advice. You don't have to be strong for me. Izuku froze when he landed on news coverage of the earlier battle. He dug his fingernails into his palm so hard he almost drew blood. The news briefly touched on his parents' deaths, calling it a brave sacrifice. They brushed off their 20-plus-year careers like they were nothing. Just 2 more heroes with disposable lives. After all, there would always be more heroes. The worst part was they blamed their deaths on the fall. As if their coworker hadn't almost burnt them to ash and they fell out of avoidance. And had they not been on fire, the landing would have been safer. They would have lived. His father's death still didn't make sense to him, especially his last words. Don't let them kill you too. What could he mean by them? Izuku knew it wasn't about Endeavor. It had to be something else, a mystery he would get to the bottom of. With fierce hatred in his eyes, he watched them praise the number 2 hero like his recklessness hadn't killed Izuku's parents, like he hadn't just been made an orphan. And who would believe him? Not the weak, quirkless boy. He was just waiting for Seisho to get tired of him too. That night he dreamt of fire, a sight that once comforted him, watching his father breathe fire from his mouth to make Izuku laugh when he was younger. But now it plagued him, the ever-encompassing heat that could burn a man alive. He woke up screaming. The funeral was miserable. He had put on his black suit that was a bit tight on him and went to the ceremony. Seisho and the Bakugo family kept close to him, comforting him the best way they could. Kaken just held on to him, He didn't show affection much, but he did when Izuku needed it. Seisho took care of everything. He had been trying to support Izuku as much as he could the past few days, but Izuku was completely shut out of the world. He spoke little, ate little, and slept little. A few heroes that were close to his parents showed up, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to care. His parents were well respected and loved throughout the industry. He was told as much when approached. He just smiled when they offered their condolences. But inside there was a small angry fire that wouldn't extinguish, even though he tried. After the ceremony, he went back to Seisho's apartment with him, his new home. It hurt to even think of it like that. Izuku had skipped dinner, claiming to not be hungry. He didn't feel hungry. But he hadn't eaten much in days. Seisho was starting to be concerned. He was watching the news again, more hero coverage. That excitement that had always been there was dimmed. He still wanted to be a hero, he just couldn't help but think about what had happened the other day. He tried to tell himself it was no one's fault, just an accident. But was it? Someone so experienced should be able to have better situational awareness. Did he seriously not see her in the way? Izuku knew better than that, but he didn't want to admit it. What are you thinking about? You've been staring at the wall for 20 minutes now. How can a hero be so reckless? The words that had been itching to come out over the past few days spilled out of his mouth. I was there, you know? I saw the fall. Izuku. Like I really saw it. I went up to get a better look so I could see everything. It wasn't an accident. Well, not like they say it was. Izuku nervously explained what he saw in full detail. I mean, I know no one would actually believe me. But you saw the bodies, it makes sense. I just don't understand how he's so reckless. And shouldn't he get in trouble for basically killing another hero? I believe you and I'm not surprised. What ? Endeavor is so obsessed with becoming the #1 hero and taking the glory, he doesn't care for much else. That day was likely about arresting high-profile villains for him and nothing else. If you look into his record, you'll be surprised. Property damage, accidentally injuring civilians, casualties. Why is he #2 then? The Hero Commission is very corrupt. Endeavor is strong, that's all they care about. They likely know exactly what happened. Your mom, as an underground hero, didn't have to deal with them a lot. But your father did, he criticized them quite a bit. Don't let them kill you too. His father's words were suddenly making a lot more sense now. I don't think Dad should have died, even with those injuries. Do you think they? The doctors had said the surgery was successful and yet he still died. Izuku had noticed how out of it he was gradually becoming before he died. He was displaying symptoms of a drug overdose. Izuku had chalked it up to the painkillers setting in, but he was rethinking. All I'm saying is I don't think they were very upset about losing their #5. Your dad always encouraged you to go into the underground. A quirkless hero sounds like something the commission would fear. And they try to get rid of what they're scared of. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Seisho went to open the door. He could hear a feminine voice chatting with him, but he couldn't hear what they were saying. Whatever they were talking about was serious. His uncle's voice was getting louder every time he responded. The words, no, and staying, stuck out. Eventually, the pair came into his view. His uncle had a distressed expression on his face. Izuku, this is your social worker. Are they making me leave you? Your parents hadn't updated the will since Ito passed away. You were supposed to go with her had something happened to them, so you'll have to go with Ishii-sen for now while I get the paperwork done to adopt you. But please know that I'm trying, no matter how long it takes. They were going to put him into a foster home, of course, they were. Ito was a close relative who had taken care of Izuku a lot when he was younger. She'd passed away about 2 months ago. He'd gone to the wake with his father. Had they not been so stressed the last few weeks, they would have likely updated it to give custody to Seisho. Someone who was just as close to the family. Are we going now? Yes, go ahead and grab your things. Izuku heard the horror stories of quirkless kids in the system. He could only hope Seisho would get to him before the impact was irreversible. Stay in your room when you're not needed. Clean the orphanage every Saturday. Cook breakfast and dinner for the other kids. Don't talk back. Do not mutter. Those were the ground rules laid out for Midoryia when he first came to the orphanage a few months ago. If he broke any of them, he'd be punished. though the owner found it fit to punish him no matter what he did. She needed a punching bag and the quirkless kid was perfect for that. The woman, he still didn't know her name, was drunk almost every day. She hated Izuku the moment he got there. She was becoming the reason for most of his injuries. A few weeks after he got there, her husband had cheated on her and she beat Izuku half to death to take out her anger. She then dragged him out of bed the next day to make breakfast, even though he could barely stand. When she had found out about his muttering habit, she vowed to get rid of it. Turns out habits were hard to break. Between being beaten and being gagged, Izuku just stopped talking in general. There were about 20 other kids also there. The older kids threw insults at him and avoided him like he was the plague. Though they never physically harmed him, most likely because they took pity on him from all the beatings he got. He did his best to protect and take care of the younger kids because no one else did. It was nice that they didn't judge him for not having a quirk. They were young, he didn't want them to see how cruel the world could be. When Midoryia had first returned to school, it was rough. Some of his classmates knew about his parents and commented on it. He had gotten in trouble for punching a guy who decided to insult his father. The death was too fresh, and his father who had done so much for others. He wouldn't let his father be disrespected like that. That didn't stop the bullying and he would be lying to say it wasn't getting to him. He only talked when his teachers directly asked him a question. He kept his head down and didn't pay attention for the rest of the class. The teachers had called him out on it at first, but when they realized he wasn't going to budge, they let it slide. He looked like hell after all. He didn't sleep much, and the food he was allowed to eat wasn't much. He was coming to school more and more in pain every day. One had ever questioned why he looked so bad, not the teachers or any of the adults. The only one who cared was Bakugo. Bakugo was getting increasingly more protective of him. They weren't in the same class, but before and after school and lunch, he stuck by Izuku's side. He would glare at anyone who tried to approach them and got into a few fights on Izuku's behalf. He was one of the few people Midoriya still talked to. But it hurt to talk. Every time he did, he would hear words in the back of his head, criticizing his every word. He'd feel every hit he got for talking. He'd picture being gagged again. He hated talking and did so as little as he could. Bakugo had suffered some hearing loss due to his quirk, and they both knew sign language. On the days it hurt to talk, he would use it, and Bakugo understood. The blonde would not take well to Izuku avoiding him, as he tried to a couple of months ago. They had known each other almost all their lives and they could understand each other without saying anything. The cracks in him just kept getting larger. It was one day towards the end of the year in which he finally broke. He'd been having a shitty day. The lady at the orphanage had shattered a wine bottle over Izuku's stomach last night. He had come out of his room to comfort one of the little boys who liked him for some reason. She saw him and went crazy. He ended up having to give himself stitches. The blood was gushing way too fast for his liking. She had made a move on the boy afterward and Midoryia stepped in, getting hurt even more. Since the school year was almost over, during homeroom, they spoke about doing their best the next 2 years for their future. They talked about high school choices and careers. Izuku had been starting to second-guess the hero career, but no one knew that and he wasn't going to speak upon it, no matter what they said to him. He had a presentation in his history class, forcing him to speak. It was the most he had spoken in front of his classmates in months. They looked shocked to hear his voice. After school, he was cornered in the classroom by the 3 kids that bullied him the most. One of them picked up his notebook. He still did analysis, just in case. "You're seriously still doing this? Hero analysis for the future, Tisich. Weren't you paying attention in homeroom? You should pick a realistic career. What are you going to do without a quirk? You hardly talk anymore, useless Deku." The boy tossed the notebook out the window. "Not even gonna react? Those lifeless eyes are so creepy. The F is wrong with you? If you're that depressed, maybe you should do us all a favor. Take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in your next life." Midoryia didn't react. It certainly wasn't the first time he had been told to kill himself. Though it had been some time since the last time it had happened. And he was considering it just a bit. It would stop the pain. He doubted he was getting out of the orphanage until he was an adult. Seisho had promised to adopt him, but it had been months and still nothing. He knew the adoption process was difficult, but he didn't have much hope left. Izuku gathered his things and started to walk home. He avoided where he knew Bakugo would be waiting for him and started to walk home on his own. He wasn't paying much attention when all of a sudden he felt this suffocating feeling in his lungs. A gruff voice was speaking to him. He had tried to fight back against whatever was holding him captive, but he had already been caught off guard, and it was too late when he realized what happened. His world went black. "I thought I'd lost you there, young man." That voice was familiar. He blinked his eyes open to see All Might standing in front of him, looking down on him. "What happened?" He forced the words out, his throat hurt from whatever attacked him. "Ah, there was a villain I was chasing down. He attacked you, but I managed to capture him, thanks to you. I even signed your notebook." The loud hero shoved it in his face so he could see the signature. "Thanks." This was one of his favorite heroes. Well, he was technically number one since the first two were dead. However, he had nothing to say to the man. In another life he would probably ask if he could be a hero without a quirk. But he had been let down way too much lately. He didn't know if he could take another time. "Ah well, I should be going now." Midoryia nodded, ready to watch then man take off when wait, was that All Might's wallet? He grabbed it off the ground and stood to return it to the hero. "Wait. I really have to go." But Midoryia grabbed his leg before he could get away, gripping on as hard as possible as they flew. "Young man, what are you doing? Let go. I'll die." "Right, don't let go then." The pair landed on a nearby rooftop. He passively listened to All Might scold him about his recklessness. He pulled the wallet out of his pocket. "I just wanted to return this, you dropped it." The hero's expression changed. He at least looked like he felt bad a little. "Ah, thank you, young man." He reached to take it when a puff of smoke appeared and a familiar deflated form replaced the hero everyone knew and loved. He coughed up blood. "Yagi!" He knew that man was hiding something. "A young Midoryia. You must not tell anyone about this form." "What happened?" "It happened in a fight with a villain about 5 years ago. Now the time I can last in my strong form is diminishing. I can only do hero work for about 5 hours a day. It is a very serious injury. My respiratory system was almost completely damaged." He lifted his baggy shirt to show the damage done to his side. "Was this against Toxic Chainsaw? You know your stuff. But this was against another villain, one that we had to keep from the public." Midoryia wondered who it was against. He would have to do research. For someone to do that to All Might, he had to be strong. "Did you catch him?" A solemn expression came across his face. "As far as we know, he's dead." "But I don't believe it." The words were unspoken, but Midoryia could hear it. "Well, thank you for returning my wallet, young man. It could have gotten in the wrong hands. This was very heroic of you. You seem to be very into helping others." "Heroic?" "Yes, you seem like a good-natured boy. You'll be very successful in whatever you do." "Oh, he fidgeted. Was he really going to ask this? I don't have a quirk. Do you think I could still be a hero?" For a second, Midoryia thought he was going to say yes, but then, "I'm sorry, young man, some villains cannot be beaten without powers. Without a quirk, you're too weak, you'll just get hurt. You should be a bit more realistic and think about another career. Like a police officer or a doctor." "I should get going now." "You're too weak." The words echoed in his mind. So many people had told him this, but he didn't care much about their opinions. All Might was someone he had looked up to since he was a child, someone that gave him hope. He had hoped he would be different. His parents were heroes and they had believed in him, trained him. But here was the number one hero telling him otherwise. He eventually moved off the roof, ignoring the voice in the back of his head telling him to throw himself off of it. He didn't want to go back to the orphanage yet. He was walking around when he heard an explosion nearby and walked towards it. He gasped when he saw the sight. Bakugo was being possessed by the same villain who had gone after him. He tried to use his quirk to fight back, but it seemed hopeless. Midoryia looked around for the heroes. Where were they? He almost let out an angry scream when he saw 3 of them standing around, waiting for a hero that had a quirk for this. Izuku was said. There were 3 professional heroes standing and none of them could come up with a plan? If only he could give Bakugo an opening to get out. He had been unconscious when the villain took over his body, so he didn't have time to analyze his quirk, but he needed to move fast before he lost his best friend. Before he knew what was happening, he was running. He launched his backpack at the villain. Seconds later he heard, "I'm here." He relaxed. All Might could save Kakin. He hoped this time the hero didn't lose the villain. Every day he was starting to see flaws in heroes, ones he had ignored before. Once Kakin was free and the villain was captured. Izuku went to slip away but ended up getting scolded by the heroes who had just stood around while Bakugo had almost gotten killed. He looked at them with a piercing glare. "You call yourselves heroes, yet you stood around while a child almost died today. I hope you're proud of yourselves." Bakugo was said, some slimy motherfucker had tried to take over his body. Only for the nerd who had been avoiding him today to try and save him while the other heroes watched. Sure, All Might had eventually saved the day, but the other heroes were useless. Then they had the nerve to praise him for his quirk and scold Izuku. He was glad the nerd put them in their place. Izuku hadn't been standing up for himself or others lately, he was just letting others use him as a punching bag, and Bakugo didn't like that. He searched for the nerd but he was gone. Him and his DMN stealthiness. He slipped away when he could to go look for him. Luckily, he was stuck in his head and hadn't gotten far. "I had that, you DMN nerd." Izuku glanced over at him with a look that said, "Sure, Kakin. But thanks, I guess. Did more than those shitty heroes. All Might was pretty cool though." Bakugo took note of the sudden displeasure Izuku displayed when he mentioned All Might's name. The nerd loved him. But not anymore? Ever since his parents died and ever since he went to the orphanage he had been acting odd. Could he not want to be a hero anymore? Bakugo wouldn't be able to take that. It hurt to see his friends so sad. He never smiled anymore. He came to school with more bruises every day. And he hardly talked now. He knew the other boy so well, he could practically read his mind. But it was becoming more difficult. "You're going to become a great hero, Kakin." Bakugo looked over to Izuku. He had a smile on his face but it looked wrong. He had pulled something out of his backpack and held it out towards him. "I was going to give this to you before UA, but now seems like a good time." Bakugo took the notebook. The front cover said, "Hero Analysis for the Future, Bakugo Katsuki Edition." "Hey, why are you giving this to me now? I have to go. I'm late for dinner." Izuku was done before he could say another word. Why did that feel like a goodbye? He flipped through the notebook. It had information about him, his quirk, potential theories, different ways he could use his quirk, types of support gear he could use, and other advice that would help him out a ton. But if Izuku had wanted to give it to him before UA, then why now? He had said you, and not we. Bakugo's head was spinning. What was going on in that nerd's head? After seeing what Midoryia had done earlier, Yagi was starting to feel bad. He had told the young boy he couldn't be a hero, but he had been more heroic than anyone else when the blonde kid was attacked. Midoryia had inspired him to push past his limits. He was truly a worthy candidate of one for all. Yagi just had to find him. Surely with his quirk, young Midoryia would become a great hero. Without it, he didn't have much hope, but this should boost him to a successful career. He had been trailing the young man and started to approach him when he disappeared. He looked around in confusion. Where could he be? He said he didn't have a quirk, but it was like he teleported away. How was such a small young man so stealthy? Maybe he would see the boy later on. Summer was coming up and last year he had been working on cleaning that junk-filled beach. He still had some time before he had to find a successor, and if he didn't find Midoryia by then, he would have to choose someone else. Everything would be fine. And if he couldn't find Midoryia, the boy would have a good career as a detective or something like that. Midoryia was late to the orphanage. He was supposed to have dinner done by now. The owner didn't care that he was attacked by a villain. She still beat him for being late. "Hurry up with dinner, you worthless brat. The villain should have killed you. Do us all a favor." She yelled at him. The alcohol on his breath made him want to throw up, even though he had an empty stomach. He had quickly made dinner, ignoring the throbbing in the back of his head from being pushed against the wall. He was sent to his room without dinner. "You're weak. Worthless. Take a swan dive off a roof. No one wants you. You can't be a hero." The harsh words echoed in the back of his mind. It hurt so much. A broken sob escaped his throat. Why didn't anyone love him? Why did his parents die? Why wasn't anyone saving him from this terrible life? Did he even want to be a hero anymore? No hero would save him. They didn't care, none of them cared. Not Endeavor, not the heroes that stood around today, none of them cared. Not even All Might, who crushed a child's dream on a rooftop. He wondered what would have happened if he just threw himself off. The world would be better without him. He just wanted to hurt. He searched through his bag, he grabbed out a small knife and brought it to his arm. So many people had hurt him, but it was the first time he would hurt himself. But it wouldn't be the last. Summer comes and Izuku is shocked to say that he misses school. When he had school, he didn't have to stay locked up in the broom closet. He called his room all day. He only leaves it to cook, do chores, or get beaten. Every now and then, he considers ending it. Cutting deeper so he bleeds out. He doesn't have anything to live for. He doesn't want to be a hero anymore. He doesn't even like heroes. So many of them are corrupt or just in it for the glory. He missed when he believed that heroes just wanted to save people. But that illusion had been shattered many times over. There was a time he would have wished for a hero to save him, but he knew that was naive. He was just another quirkless kid with a hopeless dream. He was bound to be another statistic. What was one more quirkless kid that flung himself off the roof when life got too tough? After all, he was too weak, too fragile, too worthless. He craved lines into his skin whenever he felt numb. The pain relaxed him. Pain was something he was very familiar with. He loved the feeling. It was one of his closest friends. Izuku had started to do some freelance programming jobs on the side. He still had his laptop and his parents had opened a banking account for him when he was younger. It was a backup plan just in case. The people who employed him didn't particularly care about his age. He could get the job done better than anyone older than him. Those nights practicing hacking paid off. He had never expected to use it as a job, but here he was. He had steadily been gathering dirt on the adults around him. He didn't have a plan on what to do with it, but keeping it in a file was comforting. He could end this orphanage if he sent what he had on the owner to the police. But he didn't trust adults to do the right thing. He had told his social worker about the abuse multiple times when he first came to the orphanage, but it never ended well. What would the police do? There was a man who came to the orphanage every other day. He helped out with the younger kids. Izuku didn't trust him. He had told Izuku to call him Masa. Even though he never spoke, it was good to put a name to the face. Masa was a man who looked to be in his mid-20s. He had never hurt Izuku. He was even nice, but there was something off about him. The man had this sickeningly sweet smile on his face at all times that created unease in his stomach. He always tried to talk to Izuku and encouraged him to respond. Izuku didn't know what the man was playing at. The ones with the nice smile and sweet words were nothing but trouble. Izuku was preparing dinner when Masa came up behind him. "What are you making?" Izuku ignored him, continuing to stir the pot. He never knew why the man insisted to talk to him. He would never respond. It wasn't like he was allowed to talk here anyway. "You know, we should get to know each other. Since you'll probably be here until you're an adult." Izuku gripped the spoon in annoyance. He hated to be reminded of the fact no one would want to adopt him. Quirkless kids would likely be in the system for their entire childhood or until they committed suicide. The latter was starting to become more probable each day. "You know, you're a cute kid. You would look better if you smiled." Izuku wanted to scoff. What did he have to smile for? He finished cooking. The kids were starting to trickle down. He didn't feel like eating and started to make his escape. Izuku eyed Masa for a moment. His attention was on another girl now. She looked a few years older than Izuku. She happily greeted Masa. Her eyes dilated when he responded. He internally groaned. Did she really have a crush on the creep? That would be the easiest explanation, but something was unsettling about her expression. It was more of a faraway look than adoring. He shrugged it off and went upstairs. It was none of his business. He had been meaning to look into Masa's background. He'd do it tomorrow. He had a coding job to do tonight. He pulled out the blueberries he had smuggled into his room after grocery shopping. He went shopping whenever the owner was too drunk. Sometimes she left money. Sometimes he used his own. She never questioned where he got it from. Likely because she was never sober enough to. He hated the orphanage and the older boys who made fun of him. But they were all children and they deserved to eat. He made more than enough money to buy groceries for all of them every other week. He hardly ate the food he cooked, even when he was allowed to. Though sometimes he bought a few snacks so he didn't pass out from a lack of food. He was much more bony than ever. Before, he was slim but had a ton of built-up muscle. Izuku still worked out the best he could in his small room, but the lack of food didn't do him any favors. He coded for hours. Before he knew it, it was 1 in the morning. There was a surprising lack of a beating today. He wondered where the owner was, likely off gambling. He closed his laptop and tried to lie down. He knew he wouldn't be sleeping, but it was worth a try. He didn't get much sleep nowadays. A feminine scream pierced through his ears. Izuku sat up. The girl continued to scream for about a minute. She was saying something, but Izuku couldn't hear the words. Finally, her screaming was muffled. It wasn't uncommon for the children to wake up screaming after a nightmare. But that scream felt different. He laid back down. It was none of his business. Just another nightmare. He didn't need to comfort these kids. Most of them had been on their own for a while. They could take care of themselves. So why was that scream so haunting? A few days later, he was making dinner when the girl from the other day came to the kitchen early. She looked terrible. Her hair was sticking out all over the place. Her eyes looked bloodshot and she looked exhausted. Is there any way I could get dinner early? She was staring down at the floor. When he observed her before, she was confident, sure of herself. What had happened in a couple of days that she was like this? He was about to nod when he heard footsteps. But did her look have anything to do with? The girl froze when he came into view. Masa looked over her with a smile. Haven't seen you in a bit. How have you been? The girl was shaking and Masa had this predatory look on his face. The pieces of the puzzle fit together and Izuku's stomach dropped. Izuku locked eyes with her and faked a smile. You can grab it from my room right now if you'd like. It was a lazy excuse, but he didn't care. He just wanted to get her out of there. She looked surprised then grateful. Thank you, she muttered before walking away. Masa gasped. I didn't know you were friends with Yuko. And you spoke, you know you have such a pretty voice. Can I hear it again? Izuku glared at him. The man's smile wavered. Izuku always ignored him before, but he did something to that girl and he wasn't going to let him get away with it. It was fine when he got hurt, but no one else deserved it. He silently finished dinner, scooping up a generous serving into a bowl. He slipped away from the kitchen, hoping not to be seen with the bowl, but he could feel Masa's eyes on him. Once everyone was downstairs to eat, he searched for the girl's room. She hadn't come down for dinner, so she was likely avoiding everyone. There was one room with the lights on. He could hear sniffling from the door. He knocked. It's me, he added before opening it, not wanting to startle her. She looked surprised to see him. He held the bowl out to her. Her eyes lit up with gratitude. Thank you. I can bring you meals for now if you'd like. I think that would be nice. The girl Yuko said. Masa did something to you, didn't he? She looked down to the floor, not responding. I could get you out of here if you want. To a different orphanage or maybe a foster home. She looked up at him, skeptical, but had a small amount of hope shining in her eyes. I can't tell anyone. You don't have to. I could get you a transfer. If you don't mind me hacking your social worker. But why would you do that for me? I've seen how they treat you. Why wouldn't you get yourself out first? Because I don't matter. It's going to be like this everywhere for a quirkless kid. And you don't deserve whatever he did. I can get you out of here by next week. She started to sob. Thank you so much. He hated himself for speaking, especially here. He hasn't uttered a word in this building in months. It felt wrong. He felt the need to be punished. He tensed up at the sound of the doorknob jiggling. Someone was coming. He stood in front of Yuko in a protective stance. Don't stop talking on my account, Masa said. I've been waiting to hear your voice. Izuku glared at him. The man looked visibly scared for a moment and hesitated to keep talking. Izuku could be scary when he wanted to be. I just came to check on Yuko. She hasn't been eating. Leave her the F alone. He spat out, the words coming out faster than he could think. Masa's face lit up like a Christmas tree. There it is. Suddenly Izuku felt dizzy. He fell into a trance from his words. Everything felt so wonderful. What was this feeling? It was like his head was spinning in a good way and all he could focus on was Masa's words. That is so sweet of you. trying to play knight in shining armor. But you've gotten yourself caught in my trap. The sound was getting closer. I've been waiting a long time for this. You know you're such an adorable kid. And you don't have a quirk? So weak. But that old woman never lets you talk. Hey, won't you be in trouble if I tell her? You don't want that, right? The voice was so relaxing he couldn't focus on anything else. Tim, what was this? There was something pressed up against his back. He couldn't tell what it was, but it felt wrong. He felt something on his lips. Was someone kissing him? Someone was touching him. He didn't want this, but why couldn't he stop this? Stop, a voice in his head was repeating over and over again. But what was he stopping again? Where'd that nice voice go? You know, you're so young and already seducing older men. If you get kicked out, you'll do fine on the streets. I hear the quirkless make good whores. So weak. Why did he feel a chill down his back? He was wearing clothes, wasn't he? Where was his shirt? Who was touching him? He wanted it to stop. He felt a scream at the edge of his throat, but it didn't come out. But that was the voice's name. What was he doing to him? His quirk. Izuku never took note of the man's quirk. But whatever it was enthralling him, leaving him open for the man to do whatever he liked. He had to stop it. There had to be a way. Voice activated, acts like a date RP drag when the other person responds. Makes one lose control of their inhibitions. Feeling of dependency on their voice. Must have a time limit. Izuku was feeling more in control of his body than he had minutes ago. The time limit must be cutting close. If he could just break free. Izuku bit down on his lip hard, the pain alleviating some of the fuzzy feeling. The pain helped, he just needed to hurt himself, he was good at that. Izuku felt someone grab his hand, but instead of allowing it, he managed to break free enough to dig his nails into his side. He had deeply cut into it earlier this week. He twisted his fingernails into the wound, a world of pain flooding into him at once. He felt in control again. He concentrated on the pain, grabbing the wrist in front of him and snapping it, then the other. The pain screams didn't register for a moment. His surroundings started to become more clear. Masa was on the floor, crying in pain. Izuku's pants were still on, but he clearly remembered the feeling of being violated down there. His shirt was off. He was bleeding from where he had broken through his stitches. Yuko was staring at him. She had been screaming the whole time, likely paralyzed by the sight that was likely familiar to her. Do you need bandages? I'll be okay. He put on his shirt, pondering what he was going to do now. What the hell did you do, you quirkless piece of shit? Did you do that to him? I'll have you in jail for the rest of your life. The owner was home. She was approaching Izuku, ready to pounce. I knew I should have gotten rid of you. You vermin are more trouble than you're worth. I'll make sure you're put away forever. Izuku stared at her, his eyes looked so empty, it was enough for her to take a step back. And I'll gladly tell the cops about your tax fraud and extensive criminal history that you somehow covered up. Criminals aren't supposed to own orphanages. Do you think you are? Talking back to me. No one will believe you. Yes, they won't, but they'll look into the anonymous tip with documents of evidence on you that will be sent in tomorrow morning if I don't cancel it. I have it set every morning just in case you accidentally kill me. She searched him for evidence of a lie, but there was none. She had no proof, but somehow she knew he wasn't bluffing. The kid was secretly a monster. He had broken both of the arms of a man twice his size. She had felt fear like she hadn't in years when she realized he could have retaliated all this time. The boy had the eyes of a monster. Just leave. Get out of here. Go live on the streets and die for all I care. Izuku looked over at Yuko. I'll get you out by tomorrow. The boy then glared at her with enough venom to poison her, turned, and left the room. No one noticed how pale the boy was, how entire his body was shaking. The two adults in the room felt fear like they never had before. The girl was astonished. She never quite liked heroes. Her parents died in a villain fight while they were out shopping at the mall. The heroes didn't save them. The hero prioritized others first and didn't save them. She had almost died too. She still had scars on her body from it. And being in the system was cruel. She was a pretty young girl. She had her dose of men who liked her pretty face. And everyone knew it. She had been kicked out of her last foster home because the wife found out her husband was lusting after a teenage girl. Yet it was only Yuko's fault. She'd been touched before and no one ever helped her out or said anything. Yet the boy with the green eyes, who cooked delicious meals, who comforted the young children, who somehow got money to feed them when the owner didn't, who got beat constantly for existing. That boy had seen her and offered her a way out. He spoke to her even though it pained him to. He didn't want to save himself, he didn't think he was worthy. She had seen his torso, seen the scars, knew what they meant, knew why there were so many carved lines in his body. For some reason, he felt like she was worthy of being saved. In her eyes, he was a hero. She just hoped someone would save him before it was too late. Izuku sat on a rooftop, staring into the distance. He had gathered his belongings and left as fast as he could. He longed to just let himself fall, he longed to end everything. He hated his existence, he always did. But now he felt so dirty, so violated. How could he be so weak to let someone do that to him? He had been training to take down villains since he was 4. He always analyzed a person's quirk when he met them. He had never been so careless before. Who was he? Everyone was right, he was weak and useless. A waste of space. And that scream? The one that was haunting him the other night, it had to be Yuko. When Masa did the same to her, it had likely even gone farther. He could have done something then if he hadn't ignored it. Izuku was determined to get her somewhere safe. He didn't trust the system, but there were a few decent homes. He would find somewhere to sleep tonight and then he would go to a cafe and get to work. He needed to get the other kids out too. Now that he was gone, no one was going to feed them. He had a temporary purpose and as soon as he finished, he could rid the world of himself. Aizawa Shoyuda was finishing up his last hour of patrol. It had been a quiet night, a few muggings here and there but nothing too intense. He was walking when a small figure sat on the edge of a rooftop caught his eye. He could see the glint of a knife in the figure's hand. The person looked too small to be an adult. His stomach clenched, the person-child was clearly not okay. He had talked many people down from rooftops before, working at night he had seen it all. He approached slowly, not wanting to startle the kid. They had their hood up and were turned away from him. The figure turned to him, distinct green eyes met his own for just a second. The next thing he knew, the child jumped. He gasped, throwing out his capture tape, but he got nothing. The kid was gone. There was no body on the ground, he disappeared. He let out a sigh of relief because the kid hadn't killed himself, but Aizawa still had a bad feeling. Was it his quirk? He wondered, looking around for where the kid had gone but couldn't find him. How did he hear Aizawa coming towards him? He had been quietly approaching him. And those eyes. Those haunting green eyes, he trembled at the thought. He hadn't seen the rest of the kid's face, but something about those eyes was scary. They were so haunting, they were empty and dangerous. Izuku had been living on his own for 2 weeks now. He had set up in an abandoned building, doing a few jobs and hoping to find a place that would accept a quirkless child as a tenant. He had saved decent money, he could pay rent if given the chance. After he left the orphanage, he sent the police the full report he had on the owner with various amounts of incriminating evidence. He wondered if they did a background check before letting people take care of children because it took about 2 hours to uncover her crimes. And Masa, Izuku knew he couldn't let the man go free. With a quirk like that, Yuko was likely not his first victim. His record was clean and he seemed like an upstanding citizen, doing volunteer work at orphanages and homeless shelters while maintaining a stable office job. After a few hours of digging for anything that could put the man away, he found serial police reports. There was a serial RPST who went after men and women alike. They all reported feeling as if they'd been drugged after speaking to him. The police had his DNA, but they couldn't find him in the database. It was definitely Masa's quirk. The fact that he had done that to other people hurt. Izuku wished he broke more than his arms. He sent another tip about the man and hoped the police would do their job for once. He was relieved when he found out Masa had been arrested. Yet there were still lasting effects from the attack. He hated his voice. If he hadn't before, he despised it now. It always got him in trouble. Kids at school made fun of him for mumbling, beat him up for a habit that he spent so long trying to stop. He got beaten, gagged by a person who was supposed to take care of him for it. And when he spoke up, to defend someone, he got taken advantage of. He couldn't help but feel wrong for speaking. He would never speak again if he had the choice. But first, he had to get off the streets. He still had the money he had saved up and managed to get a few odd jobs. But it wouldn't last him forever, and finding someone who would take a child as a tenant, let alone a quirkless one, was a difficult task. However, there were ways around that. A few days ago, he had met a lawyer, an immoral one, but his practice was mostly legal. The law treated quirkless kids differently, that was no secret. He had never really thought how he could use it to his advantage. But government agencies apparently looked the other way in legal processes like adoption and emancipation. If Izuku got emancipated, he could get access to the money that was left for him and legally get a lease. He'd cut a deal and was just waiting for his paperwork to come through. Izuku was very resourceful. He could survive on the streets, despite what he looked like. He knew he didn't look like much. People underestimated him, seeing him as a weak kid who they could steal from or take advantage of. This time, he had no qualms about fighting back. He knew that not everyone on the street was a bad person. A lot of them had no choice. A child who got kicked out, a person with an addiction who finds themselves unable to keep up with life, just to name a few. He had witnessed just how messed up it was out there. Had he been any other kid, he wouldn't survive long. He'd run into enough bad people just in a few weeks to wonder what he was doing with his life. He kept telling himself to mind his own business and get his sheet together, but it wasn't that easy. He had reluctantly stopped a few muggings, a kidnapping or two, walked a forgetful old woman to her apartment, and a few other good deeds. It's not like he wanted to, he just happened to run across a bad situation and couldn't help but butt in. He wasn't trying to be a hero, he didn't want that anymore. But he couldn't stand by and let people get hurt when he had the power to stop it. And it wasn't like there were any heroes doing anything about the smaller crimes. Sure, underground heroes did, but there weren't nearly enough. But this wasn't going to turn into anything bigger than a few chance encounters. That's what he told himself. He knew that he would be lying if he said that he didn't like helping people. And he'd be lying if he said he wasn't creating foolish ideas in his head. Izuku was walking back to where he was sleeping when he noticed someone was following him. They were being careful, but Izuku was trained to be aware of his surroundings. The guy was wearing all black and had a mask covering his face. He was following from a distance. He was on the phone. Izuku heard the words, "kid," and "quirkless," before picking up his pace. The man was obviously talking about him, but how did he know that Izuku was quirkless? He had heard of people that intentionally targeted quirkless people for an assortment of reasons, but there was no way to know someone's quirk from off the street. This situation screamed danger. He needed to get out of here before. Something pricked the side of his neck. He moved to pull it out and cursed, a tranquilizer dart. He tried to get away before he passed out, but his eyes were starting to close. He was becoming drowsy. "You're awake." Izuku stared at the boy standing over him. He felt like sheet. His body ached and he felt groggy. His eyesight adjusted to the dimly lit room as he tried to remember what happened. He was tied up and in what looks like a cell, or on second look, a large cage. There was another boy who looked like he was a bit older, staring at Izuku with concern. "You were out for longer than usual. I was afraid they killed you." Where? "I don't know, man. This is some sort of human trafficking ring. They kidnap quirkless kids and keep them here. I've been here for a while. You look young." The older boy looked tired and resigned, likely used to harsh circumstances that he isn't even fazed by the chance of being sold. Izuku wondered what kind of life this guy lived. "How old are you?" he asked. "I think my birthday should have passed, so 17? I lost track. I've been here for a couple of years. I'm not sure what they're planning on doing with us. I was the first one. I kind of just welcome everyone else now." "Where? How many?" His throat was dry from the lack of water. He hadn't been taking care of himself before he got kidnapped, and he didn't know how long it had been since he was knocked out. His body was already weak. Combined with the drag that had knocked him out, it would take a bit to be able to function properly. "There's 15 of us. They're in the other cages. I usually have my own, but I know the drill. So I get newcomers settled in. You must be hungry. I saved you some food. Everyone else was out for a day. You were gone for like 4. Izuku cursed how weak he allowed his body to become. The boy picked up a cup of water and a plate of food. Izuku noticed his hands weren't tied. Your hands? Yeah, they trust me not to do anything bad. Plus I overheard one of the guys say you woke up in the middle of the transfer and attacked them. Probably why they drugged you so much. Is it okay if I feed you? Izuku nodded, allowing the boy to sit him up and bring the cup up to his lips. The water quenched his thirst but tasted strange. He took a few bites out of the porridge he was given. Stop. The older boy looked at him strangely. You need to eat. It's drugged. It was a low dosage, but he noticed it. Combined with the drags in his system already and that, he wouldn't be able to get out of here anytime soon. His eyes widened. How do you know? I taste it. Izuku shrugged weakly. Have you been drugged often? Something like that. Well, you still need to eat, you're so bony. I've eaten and I'm okay. Izuku glared at him. He was not planning on budging on this. He needed to be as in control of his body as he could when he took these guys down. Okay, but you're going to have to eat sometime. The boy put the food down and slumped down beside Izuku. I know I've been kidnapped and kept in a cage for a couple of years. But is it strange to say I've been treated better here than I did with my parents? I certainly don't get beat half to death every day. And at least the people keeping me here are monsters instead of people who claim they're not. You don't talk much, do you? I'd rather not. That's okay with me, though they may try and force you. There's this girl who came in, she's younger than you. I don't think she has ever been able to talk, she never made a sound. They hurt her pretty badly, but she's okay. I think that came to the conclusion that her not being able to talk may be appealing. I can't imagine being mute and quirkless. It sounds like an even more terrible life. You could tell from her eyes and body language she had been through a lot. You too, you look like you've seen some shit. Izuku stayed silent as the other boy talked. He talked a lot. It seems like he was excited to interact with another human. For someone who lived a fed-up life, he was pretty upbeat. I've always wanted to own a restaurant. My aunt, after she found out how my parents treated me, took me in. She owned a small restaurant. I worked with her in the kitchen. It was one of the places I felt normal. Like even though I didn't have a quirk, I could work magic in the kitchen. And no one judged as long as the food came out well. I would have inherited the restaurant, but my aunt died. I ended up in foster care and not long after here. I miss cooking. Izuku felt like he was listening to the boy talk for hours. He started to yawn. Maybe we should get to sleep. Are they not going to come in to check on us? Nah, they usually leave us alone for the most part. A guy comes in to give us breakfast and dinner. You'll be brought up to the boss when they realize you're awake. Try not to piss anyone off. That seemed unlikely. Izuku just lived to make people angry. Izuku watched as the other boy drifted off to sleep. He took this time to examine his surroundings. He would be able to get out of the rope easily. His leg was tied to a cell bar. That would be no issue. He glanced at the cage door. The lock should be no problem to pick even without a weapon. He was still wearing the clothes he had on before, but he was missing his knives. He only had a few on him and they weren't the important ones, so he wasn't too upset. He would see what happened tomorrow before he could take action. He needed to know what he was up against. This situation was dangerous. Once he was done, he let himself drift off to sleep. The drags were likely making him tired, but he needed all the rest he could get. Izuku woke up the next day to the sound of keys. His eyes shot open. The other boy was awake, sitting by the door. The door swung open. A man deposited a tray of food to the ground. He looked at Izuku and nodded. Good, you're awake. He shut the door and locked it, walking away. Are you going to eat? The boy picked up the tray and came closer. The drags were mostly out of his system. The food didn't seem heavily drugged as the other boy ate it and was up and walking and talking. Water. The boy nodded, giving him some water. At least eat a bit. How about bread? Izuku nodded and allowed himself to take a few bites of the roll that was offered to him. But that was it. A few minutes later the man returned. He untied Izuku's leg bindings. Izuku was led out of the cage. He made note of his surroundings. There were 8 other cages, what looked like 2 kids in each. The room was large and dimly lit. He was pushed out in a hallway and brought up the stairs. He looked around for an exit. They arrived in front of a door. The man knocked. A gruff, "Come in," sounded from the other side. Izuku was pushed in and the man that brought him left. He glanced over the so-called boss. He wasn't anything impressive. He looked like every muscled guy trying to look tough in a suit. There was a white mask covering his face. Izuku wanted to laugh. Was he supposed to be intimidated? But he didn't want to give away his thoughts. ItsSoLine looking at the ground. "I must say, you did quite a number on my guys on your way over here. When I heard a half-drugged kid two of my guys and stabbed one, I expected more." He stood up, walking up to Izuku and accessing him as if he were a product on display. "I hope you're not planning on trying anything now. You're in a base surrounded by people with quirks." He lifted Izuku's chin so that they were looking each other in the eye. So this was a gang with a human trafficking business. Izuku wondered why they only collected quirkless kids. What could they be planning? If his cellmate had been there for a couple of years and was the first one, was there some bigger picture? "I honestly thought you would be mouthier. Not even going to ask what we want with you? Or did we get another defective one?" He started to get way too touchy. His hand traced over Izuku's scars. "A bit damaged, but you'll do." He did not like being touched, especially after what had happened with Masa. It made him shiver in fear. "You look so familiar, I can't put my finger on it." Izuku's mind flickered to his mother. Their hair was their most distinct feature. She dealt with people like this if he knew her. His heart was pounding out of his chest. This whole situation was dangerous. Just what were they going to do to him? "We haven't gotten a new one in a bit. You quirkless are going extinct. You're so hard to find, it's bad for business. We have some use for you. There's no one who would actually spend time looking for you, right?" Izuku kept a neutral face. Of course, there wasn't. His parents would have stopped at nothing to find him if they were alive. But they weren't. They were dead and they weren't coming back. There was a kick to his ribs. "If you aren't going to speak, nod or shake your head." Izuku made no move to respond. He was feeling like being difficult. He had just been kidnapped. He wasn't going to cooperate with them. He was already planning on escaping. He could easily, but he had to think of the others as well. He was hit a few more times. The man was looking for a reaction, but he wasn't going to give one. He had been beaten hard enough not to care. "Well, I'm sure there's not. No one cares about you things, do they?" The tone of his voice made Izuku flinch. People often implied that quirkless people were lesser humans. "There's this one, but they'll stop soon. Don't you want to help society, instead of being useless?" Useless, he had been called that word so many times. Before his parents' deaths, he wouldn't have believed it. But wasn't he? Almost everyone told him that, the kids at school, the teachers, the lady at the orphanage who beat him daily. Who was the last person who told him he wasn't? Life wasn't fair. He drew the short end of the stick when he was born without a quirk. He hated society, but at the same time, he hated himself. He kept getting into these situations for just breathing. If he stopped breathing, maybe everything would be okay. He was partially hoping they would kill him. He didn't want any part of whatever they were planning on doing with him. If it was to help quirked people, he didn't want anything to do with it. "Comply with the test and everything will be fine for you. You'll get used to this place, you'll be here for a long time. We are just getting started with the success of this project." He bent down to Izuku's level and looked him in the eye. "I just need you to take a quick nap for me." A weird, gaseous scent was coming from the man's body and Izuku felt tired. An anesthetic quirk? Like midnight? Not again, he thought as he fell into a light sleep. Izuku woke up strapped to a chair. He was in what looked like a lab. On the table next to him there was an array of drags laid out, vials with chemicals and what looked like blood, and all kinds of different equipment. Around the room were a variety of machines. A man in a lab coat and a surgical mask walked into view. He was typing away on a tablet, paying no attention to Izuku. He placed the tablet down and opened a case of what looked to be full of syringes. The man picked one out, sterilizing the tip before walking over to Izuku. He plunged the needle into Izuku's arm, drawing just a small amount of blood before taking it out. He placed the syringe into a machine and waited. Izuku didn't know what he was waiting for, but whatever the machine told him left him satisfied. The man came back and pulled out another needle. He placed it into Izuku's vein and let the blood fill the syringe up. When it was full, he inserted another one. Izuku felt like he was staring at blood for hours when he finally finished. He felt dizzy. He took way more blood than was healthy for a normal person, let alone Izuku, whose body was already weak. The last thing he felt was another needle prick at his arm before he passed out. When he woke up again, there was an 4 in his arm. He felt a bit loopy, likely from the blood loss. He noticed his shirt was off, there were wires attached. He felt something tight around his neck. The man from before was back. He felt a burning pain press into his wrist. He yelped. It was brief. Just minutes later he felt a similar searing pain on the side of his ribs. It was longer this time. The thing stayed pressed to his side. White spots flashed in his eyes for a moment. Before he could pass out, he felt a shock to his body. He bit his lip to stop the scream that threatened to escape. He could smell his flesh burning, and that was when he knew. He strained his neck to look at the spot of his wrist that was hurting. He could see the outline of a few numbers branded onto it. Izuku wanted to throw up. That was a sick thing to do to a human, though they didn't think of him as a human. He didn't want to look at what had been done to his stomach. He wanted to know what he or any of these kids did to deserve this. Just because they were born a certain way, his parents had always told him the world was cruel, especially for people like him. But he saw the good in many people. Lately he hadn't seen any. He didn't know whether he wanted to die or tear these people apart. He laid awake as the man poked and prodded at his body, performing a series of tests. Some were painful while others were not. He felt helpless to do anything. The combination of the drags in his system, the loss of blood, and the beating from earlier, he couldn't do much. Over the next few days he had gone through dozens of tests. They continued to draw more blood from his body. The blood was a key part of their purpose. What were they doing with blood? They were collecting quirkless people's blood and likely were selling it or using it for heinous needs. But what could be so special about their blood? Nobody wished to be born quirkless. To be disadvantaged from the start, to have nothing special about you. No one wanted to be treated as if they had a disease. And no one wanted to be treated as if they weren't a person. No one wanted to be beaten down and used as an experiment. No one wanted to be in a constant state of paranoia for what bad thing would happen next. Almost any quirk would be better. Izuku isn't stupid. He knows some people with quirks have to face familiar situations to him. Quirks that may be seen as villainous, or ones that people don't understand, even powerful quirks that can cause mass destruction if abused. People with quirks like those have it hard as well. He couldn't blame some villains because society had treated them so terribly until they finally snapped. Revenge was a tempting thing. To tear apart everyone who had ever wronged you. Izuku had a long list. Life had always been particularly cruel to him. The thought of becoming a villain made him laugh. He had spent so long chasing after a dream that after everything didn't feel right anymore. He didn't trust heroes and he didn't believe one was going to ever save him. For all the hardships Izuku had faced from being quirkless, this was by far the worst. He had been in this place for about 3 weeks, though his track of time wasn't perfect, and it was pure torture. He and the other kids were treated as just test subjects. Their names were forgotten. Their only identity was the numbers burned into their arms. 0021, he had wanted to scream when he saw them. The boy he shared the cage with had the numbers 0001 on his arm. He hadn't worked up the courage to take a glimpse at his ribs, but whatever was there was much larger. He was used to nicknames. Neatly everyone at school called him Deku. But at least it felt like a name. At the orphanage it varied, from kid to waste of space, to piece of sheet and more. Sure, those words stung, but number 21 was so dehumanizing. He was just a number. He couldn't remember the last time someone had called him by his name. Probably not since his parents had died. Kaken was the only one who might have, but he always stuck with different nicknames. He missed being called a nerd. He wondered how Kaken was doing. The school year would be starting soon and he would likely flip out when Izuku didn't show up. He was stuck in this hellhole, and even if he got out, he would not be going back to that school. He could survive well enough without one. Kaken didn't need him anyway. He was strong and intelligent and everyone wanted to be his friend. Izuku had no idea why he stuck with him. Especially this past year where Izuku had turned into a shell of himself. Refusing to speak, constantly getting beaten up, always so pitiful and useless. Izuku wondered if Kaken knew how weak he had become if he still would want to hang around. His mind flashed to the cuts he had all over his body or the stockpile of pills he had been collecting at the orphanage. He kind of wished he had them now, to end his suffering. He had learned that the group was experimenting on them and taking their blood to create drags. He wasn't quite sure what they did, but he knew they only affected people with quirks. It seemed like they were already in business but were looking for ways to improve the drag. He hated his time in the lab. It was mainly painful. There was always someone prodding at his body. When he wasn't there or in his cage, there was always some trying to break his spirit. Through torture, harsh words, trying to condition him to become used to this place, to get used to his place. But he was already broken inside. He was so broken, it hurt. The last time he had left a terrible situation, he ended up here. This was so much worse. But it was sad to say he was becoming used to it. Waking up in a cage, eating terrible food, the drags, the lab and the experiments, the torture. One day, the usually cheerful boy was crying when Izuku got back from his time upstairs. He hadn't seen the boy in a few days. What happened? He asked. It must have been serious to make him cry. The boy took a while to calm down before answering. They are getting impatient. They don't nearly have enough of us. They had been talking about spending me recruiting for a while, and they finally did it. I may be fine here now, but that doesn't mean I want other kids to experience the same fate. How many? 3. It wasn't many, but subjecting even one more kid to this torture was enough. I thought they had their own way of detecting us. What do they need you for? Yeah, well, they can't nab kids in the daytime. But I can lure them into a false sense of security. It's not like us quirkless kids have much to lose. It was true, he had already lost everything. I'm almost 18, I've been here for years. I stopped hoping I would get out a while ago. But kids like you don't deserve this. You seem like you've faced so much. I can't help you, but I wish someone would. No one is going to. They could only help themselves. He could help them if he had just stopped selfishly waiting for a death that wouldn't come. Izuku bit his lip as the blade twisted into his shoulder. I think I need to up the pain level if you're not screaming. There's nothing wrong with your voice. You talk to your cellmate, so why are you so stubborn? Come on, it's much more enjoyable when you things scream. He rolled his eyes. Torture was part of his new life now. He wasn't sure if it was because they wanted to break them, or if it was just pure enjoyment for them. He figured it was both. The guy who usually did him seemed to be fueled by other people's pain. He never screamed, no matter how hard it hurt. He didn't want to give him the satisfaction. He could hear other people screaming sometimes. They sounded like they were in pure agony. Their methods were so painful. Had he not been hurt so many times before, he would scream too. The hell are you glaring at me for? I thought you would have learned your place by now. I guess animals never learn. Out of instinct, he caught the guy's hand that was heading towards him. His hands were free during this process. He twisted it, using force to throw the guy into the shelf close by. It felt so good. What the hell? Izuku landed a swift kick to his back, knocking the man to the ground. He grabbed the blade. Should I slit his throat? The door opened. What is going on here? He launched the blade at the sound of the voice without looking back. He turned around and frowned. He only got him in the shoulder. Izuku was about to charge at the man when the doors opened and the boss walked in. Sheet, his fun was over for now. He didn't have anything to cover his nose. I was very curious about you. Looks like you are a bit of trouble. I can't believe you two let it do that to you. He sighed. That gaseous scent filled his nose once again. Take him to solitary. He wakes up in a dark room. There are no windows, just a small dim light. He could hear someone sniffling beside him. He turned to his left to see a girl who looked to be about her age. Her head was down and she was crying. He clears his throat. Her puffy green eyes meet his. Hello. He gave her a weak nod. What number are you? He raised his right hand to show her the brand. Wow, you must be after me. But my real name is Kyabu Riko. You can call me Riko. What's your name? Izuku. That's a nice name. What did you do to get put here? I tried to fight a couple of guys. Did you get any hits in? I would have one if it weren't for that anesthetic quirk. Her lips twitched at that. I wish I could have seen that. What about you? I kicked one of their cases of precious blood to the ground. It spilled everywhere. They were really mad. I got tortured for days before they left me here. She had said it with a shrug. You seem used to being punished. It's not my first time here. I honestly lost track since I first came here. I don't want to give them an easy time for kidnapping me. How long have you been here? I've been here for a few months by now. My parents must be worried sick. You have a good relationship with your parents? He asked because not many of them did. He was fortunate to have loving parents. Yes, do you not? I did. But many quirkless kids don't. My dad's mom is quirkless. They would never hate me for it. I'm sorry for your loss. It's fine. I know they're still looking for me. It would take them years to give up. But why hasn't anyone saved us yet? There's over 20 of us missing. Shouldn't the police be looking? Or the heroes? Isn't that what they're supposed to do, save people like us? Perhaps. There had to be at least a few of them who had been reported missing by someone who cared for them in their lives. But they often brush aside quirkless cases. On the odd chance that they came across a solution, they would act like they had been working on it the whole time. But quirkless murders and kidnappings were often covered up as suicides. It made sense. The suicide rate for quirkless individuals was high. No one would bat an eyelash if they saw one on the news. It was much easier than a homicide. I hate this place. It's dark. They hurt us. They drag us. They starve us. They don't treat us like we're human. I don't understand. Why won't anyone save us? Her voice cracked at the end, but the desperation for an answer was heard. Loud and clear. Heroes don't care about us, and the police stopped looking probably a month after you were reported missing. That's just how the world works. So you think we're going to be here forever? He closed his eyes. There was a time where he would try and help anyone. Jump in front of people who had bullied him before when someone stronger tried to bully them. He was good at fighting back. A big reason he persisted with his dream to become a hero was so he could show quirkless kids like him that they could achieve whatever they put their minds to. And he would be able to fight for them when no one else would. Izuku ran home from school. He had run into a group of bullies who had cornered him and beat him up. He needed to clean up before his parents saw him. The first thing he heard when he opened the door was the television and the sound of his father's laughter. Oh no, his father was home. Izuku, is that you? Before he could run to the bathroom, his father was already there, staring at him with wide eyes. You're bleeding. Come on, let's go fix you up. Izuku sat on the bathroom counter as his father cleaned his wounds. What happened? Just some kids at school. He shrugged, trying to act nonchalantly. Because you're quirkless? He nodded. What else would it be? It's fine, it doesn't happen a lot. Izuku, your mother and I know you hide the bullying from us. We know you get hurt a lot and you try and cover it up. You've gotten good at makeup, but we're heroes. We notice these things. But the thing is, you know how to fight back, so why don't you? You think I should? He always stood up for others when they were being bullied, but he hardly stood up for himself. Bullies are almost as bad as villains. Would you tell me not to fight back against a villain? Bullies hurt people because they're stronger than you and have fragile egos. I will always support you in standing up for yourself. Oh. There are people who will do terrible things to you because you're quirkless. The world is against you and they will try and exploit that. Even the police and some heroes won't help you in favor of people with quirks. It's terrible, but it's the truth. Your mother and I want to protect you, but we won't always be there. You know how to fight, don't be afraid to. Don't let anyone break your spirit, little dragon. You may not have a quirk, but you're one of the strongest people I know. Never let anyone tell you you aren't. You can make all the difference. No one believes someone who is quirkless can be a hero. But you're going to change all their minds. Izuku grinned. Of course I will. I'll be the best hero. I'll show people like me that we're strong too. That's right. His father ruffled his hair. I believe in you, little dragon. Izuku clenched his fists at the memory. Maybe he wasn't going to be a hero, but he wasn't going to stand for this anymore. He had wanted to make a difference for quirkless people, yet he was just wasting away letting these people get away with this. He was strong, he was skilled, and he was used to dealing with bigger guys who thought they could push the weak around. He opened his eyes and smiled. There was a darkness behind it. Don't worry, Rico. I'll get us out of here. He was a fighter who had forgotten how to fight back. But now he had a reason to fight. Izuku had always loved the color red. It was the color of the red tulips his father bought his mother daily to declare his unconditional love for her. It was the color of his favorite shoes, the color of his father's hero gear. But it was also the color of fire, something he used to love. Ever since he could remember, he had always been fascinated by fire. As a toddler, he would beg his father to do tricks with his fire, wanting to play with the crimson heat. Secretly, he was hoping he would be able to control fire as well. His father always warned him to be wary of fire, because if he was not careful, it would burn him. But fire was too beautiful, too warm, too welcoming, and Izuku was too trusting. He didn't believe it until fire consumed his life and burned those who were most precious to him. He didn't like to play with fire anymore. Blood was red. Izuku remembered the first time he scraped his knee on the pavement. His mother looked at him as if he was dying, rushing to patch him up. He remembered his mother coming home late at night with blood on her clothing. Often, it wasn't hers. He remembered the first time he was beaten up for being quirkless. He had been terrified, sitting in the park all alone, staring at the blood on his hands, his blood. He decided he didn't like blood. But one day, he used the fighting skills he had been learning since he was 4 and broke a bully's nose for picking on another boy. The sound of crunching was satisfying, and staring at the crimson blood from the bully gave him this sick sense of satisfaction. He learned that he didn't mind blood if it got on his hands for doing what was right. The entire time he had been in this place, Izuku was observing everything and everyone. He monitored every person he encountered, possible quirks, the weapons they had on them, strengths, weaknesses. He took note of every room, every entrance. He learned everything he could from the 2 other kids he had met. They had been here much longer than he had. Finally, he felt confident enough to make a move. In solidarity, he had the time to rest his body. He was starving, but that was nothing he wasn't used to. Izuku maneuvered his hands free from the rope. The knot was a bit advanced. He had learned it sometime into hostage training with his mother. He felt relief from his hands being free. The rope had burned his wrists from all the time they had been on. He would have preferred cuffs. He untied his leg as well. Just as he timed, he heard the sound of a door opening and keys jingling. Dinner time. Once the cell door opened, he pounced. The man had no time to react. Izuku knocked him out. What the hell? The other boy hadn't noticed what Izuku had been up to until now. What are you doing? I'm getting us out of here. He snatched the fallen keys from the ground and moved to search the man for weapons. He found a handgun. Not bad. You're quirkless, he stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Is that supposed to stop me? He removed the mask from the man's face and adjusted it on his own, confirming his thoughts. The boss was not afraid to knock people out with his quirk, yet the kids were the only ones affected. All the group members wore masks that covered their entire face but served as protection as well. He heaved the man into the cell fully. He did a full search of the man to see if he had any communication devices on him. He found nothing. He turned to see the older boy staring at him with wide eyes. Are you crazy? Izuku's lips curved into a smile, that he might be. Come out, I'm going to lock him up in case he wakes up. Izuku had to pull him out along with him as the other boy was frozen in shock. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. He reassured the boy he would be fine. He tossed the other boy the keys to the cages. You can unlock them, I'll be done soon. Izuku moved silently upstairs. His movements were light and calculating. The man in the hallway hadn't seen him coming before he shoved the butt of the gun on the side of his head. The man slumped down. 2 down. He ran into 2 other men wandering the halls, repeating the same action before they could fight back. He rounded the corner to where he heard voices. There were 10 men, sitting around, drinking and playing a card game. They were dressed in all black, their masks were off. He could smell the alcohol from where he was standing. He turned his nose up. Beer was an unpleasant memory for him. The lady at the orphanage reeked of it. She often would smash bottles onto him. Though drunk gang members were better than sober ones. Guns were not his favorite weapons, but they were versatile. He was a rather good shot. He could shoot them dead before they had the chance to act, but he didn't want to be a murderer, at least when it wasn't necessary. He missed his knives. He cleared his throat, eyes shot to him. He attacked before they could become coherent enough to do anything. Shouts of surprise filled the room. He knocked a guy over with a kick, using the gun to knock another out. He caught a hand that was flying at him and slammed the man into the wooden table, breaking it into pieces. They must have been drinking for a while. Their movements were slow and some were stumbling. He had put half of them out of commission so far when he was harshly shoved into a wall by a large man. He was strong. Likely a quirk. He shot the man in the leg with no hesitation. The gunshot would bring anyone else around here. He grits his teeth, feeling a stab at his arm. Ignoring it, he made quick work of putting the other drunk men down. The smell of blood mixed with the stench of beer made his stomach churn. It reminded him of his day in the orphanage, only this time it wasn't just his blood. He snatched a fallen phone and began to type out a message. He tossed it back onto the floor. He continued through the building, making quick work of anyone else he came across. It seemed like he had cleared the building except for one person. He burst open the office door, leaning against the doorframe. The man was seated at his desk, clearly ignorant to the fact that Izuku had beaten up all his men. "You've ought to get better security, they're useless." His eyes widened as he recognized Izuku. "I don't know how you got here, but you're more trouble than you're worth." "You look too much." Izuku launched himself across the room, leaping over the desk, landing a knee to the man. He was thrown against the desk. He rolled to the side, avoiding the strike. "All you people are the same." He wrapped his arms around the man's throat, constricting his breathing. "You think because you were born with a quirk you're superior. Then you turn around and use it for something so effed up. You just aren't worth the air you breathe." The man stopped struggling and slumped into Izuku's arms. He dropped the man to the ground. It was time to get out of here. First he had to do something about the kids. He began to retrace his steps when he heard footsteps. "Whoa!" Izuku turned around to see the older boy he had shared a space with staring at him with wide eyes. Riko was standing behind him, peeking out to stare at Izuku. It looks like they had followed him up, probably expecting to find a dead body. They must have gone past all the unconscious bodies. "What are you doing here?" "I got everyone out of the cages, but we were worried about you." "As you can see, there was nothing to worry about. We should hurry up before they wake up. Someone will be here soon to arrest them." "You called the police?" "Sort of." He mentally crossed his fingers, hoping that he still had the same number as he did the last time he had checked. He wouldn't trust anyone with this, but he couldn't help these kids on his own. There was one person who he knew that he could trust with this. "He'll get you somewhere safe. You guys will be okay. Go live a good life." The other boy stared at him with teary eyes. "You're amazing." Riko was sobbing, coming out from hiding. "It's nothing special," he shrugged. "No," he loudly protested. "You just saved us all. More than any hero has. I've been here for years and I doubt they did much to find me. I'm not a hero, I'm just doing what's right." "Well, maybe you should be. Maybe you should be," he thought. But it would be on his own terms. He was disgusted with the system as it was. He didn't want to work in that environment. In fact, he wanted to dismantle it. How hard could that be? He shot Riko a reassuring smile. He had gotten a bit attached to her those days they spent locked up together. "You can go home now." "Izu, thank you." He stiffened when he felt arms wrap around his waist. He normally wouldn't let someone hug him like this, but an exception could be made for today. "Don't worry about it." "I should go." "Don't tell them all of this was me. I was never here." That would be too much of a bother. He could check up on them later. Izuku stayed and watched from afar as the police cars came in. He felt a bit relaxed when he saw the familiar face he had been counting on. The kids would be okay, but he didn't know how he could go back to normal after this. He knew how terrible the world and he had experienced it firsthand many times, but there was something about this experience that caused a change in him. These kids had suffered for so long and had no hope because they were an afterthought in the system. Someone needed to help people who were ignored by heroes and police alike. If they couldn't trust the people whose job it was to save people to save them, then who could they trust? Detective Scotchy sighed. He had just gotten back from the hospital after they had rescued the children from the base. Rescue was a strong word. All the members had been taken out by the time they got there and the kids were free. They were in terrible shape and traumatized, but they made it out. He had been typing up some paperwork when he got a text message from a strange number. His first thought was it could be from a hero, but it was his personal number. Not many heroes had that number. It was a location and a simple message. Trafficking ring, don't let these kids down again. He was wary of the message, not knowing who it came from, but the idea of kids being in danger made him act. He and a few officers went to the scene. They found a ton of gang members passed out. Most of them were unharmed, though some had been injured. They found a stash of blood and drags in a lab-type room. And in the basement, about 20 children of different ages. Most of them were teenagers. They brought the kids back to the station, hoping to find out what happened and return them to their families. He soon learned just how the system had failed them. The message from A was making a lot more sense now. They were all quirkless and some of them had been kidnapped years ago. The majority of them had not been reported missing and the ones that were had barely been investigated. Most of them had been in foster care or had neglectful parents. The exceptions could be reunited with their parents. Most of them had to go to the hospital first because they were extremely weak and injured. He still wasn't sure who had texted him. He concluded that it was the same person who had saved the children. He was assuming that they were a vigilante, but how they got his number was stumping him. None of the kids had much of a clue about what happened up until they got there. One of the boys wasn't telling the complete truth. He was a good liar, but his quirk was telling him something was off. For some reason, he was withholding some information about what happened that night. He was filling out some paperwork when he got a text from a different unknown number. No. How are the kids? Who's this? No. The one who texted you a few days ago. Or you? No. I just want to know how they are. They're recovering. We're working to find people to take them in who won't discriminate. How did you get my number? Do I know you? No. I guess you'll get to know me soon enough. Izuku sits on the cold, hard floor of his new, empty apartment. It's a nice apartment, quite large for just one person living there, but it's very lonely. It doesn't feel like a home. Izuku hasn't had a home since he was the furniture he eventually gets or the pictures he hangs on the walls won't make it feel like home. Not when he's all alone. Not without his family. Nonetheless, he was relieved because it was the first shelter in a long time that made him feel safe. A part of him wished to lock himself away and board up the doors in order to escape the frighteningly vicious world outside. Wrap himself in blankets and never come out. But he couldn't, his mind moved too fast for that. He needed to have a purpose, otherwise he would not have a reason to live. When he was a child, he had desperately wanted to be a hero. He clung to the dream when almost everyone said he shouldn't. He wanted to help people, protect them so they never had to worry. And he wanted to be able to put a smile on people's faces and hope in their hearts. And a part of him still wanted that. He stayed at the orphanage even when he lost hope because he was the only one making sure the children had food to eat. And if he left, he wasn't sure if another child would be used as a punching bag. He had even gotten himself together to help the other quirkless kids. No matter how much he wanted to just give in and die, something always prevented him from doing so. But now, all by himself, he had no purpose. And his mind was racing every second, telling him to give in. Perhaps if he did, he would be able to see his parents. Would they be proud of him? He held on for so long no matter how much he was hurting. Would they be disappointed? He would be giving up his life while they got theirs taken from them. He wasn't sure he'd be able to face them. And deep down he knew that there was a lot of good he could do alive. He had seen firsthand how terrible the world could be and how the people who were supposed to be helping were useless. He could help a lot of people with his skills. Ever since leaving that place, he couldn't stop thinking about this. There were so many more terrible people out there just like those men. And there weren't a lot of people out there to stop them. Though he couldn't be a hero, there was another way to help. And he was going to do it all by himself. He was not going to risk getting close to another person just to have to let them go. Even if that meant he was to be alone. Izuku creates a mask. He's made so many imaginary masks that a real one makes no difference. This one molds perfectly to his face. It feels like a part of him. At first, it felt heavy on his face, but the fact that it made him someone else lightened the load. He makes his outfit out of flexible protective material that allows him to move freely. The ash-gray color blends in with the darkness. He plays a subtle tribute to his mother with a hood and gray mouth guard. The fact that no one would ever notice it would bring him a little happiness every time he wore it. In another life, his hero costume would be green just like his mother's, with red attributes inspired by his father, but those colors stuck out too much. He spends time creating gadgets that will make up for a lack of a quirk where his skills will not. His hands ache from working nonstop, and he had burned them earlier due to insufficient sleep. He slept for a bit after that and then returned to work. They had to be perfect. He couldn't risk a malfunction in a life or death situation. He had splurged on all the best materials. That was after he went back to the beach to gather some good scraps. He never finished cleaning the beach and left a bad taste in his mouth since he always saw All Might there in his deformed state. He had been trying to forget about All Might. It helped that he didn't have all his mercy in the orphanage when that incident happened. He had already been so sour on heroes, he wasn't surprised when another one let him down. He made sure to go to the beach at night to avoid seeing him. There were still some good scraps left. He might have to go back. He still had his favorite weapons that his parents had gotten him, but he made sure to purchase a few more. He had all the tools to succeed. Seisho would be proud of his engineering. Wherever he was. He was worried for the man. At first, he had been upset that he had broken his promise to adopt him. He had figured the man realized he was useless. But once he got his own apartment and set out to find out what he was doing, he couldn't find him. He was worried that the Hero Commission might have gotten to him, knowing that they both knew the truth of what happened that day. They likely wouldn't have killed him, maybe just blackmailed and relocated him. Izuku would eventually try harder to find him. He knew that he could, but for now, he didn't need anyone to worry about. He was always meant to be all alone. Life had proved that in the most painful ways. Children shouldn't be so familiar with death. He had stared him in the eye one too many times. He did not fear death, he wished for it. But he couldn't take death's hand just yet. Izuku pushed his laptop to the side. He wondered if he should celebrate. He just finished school online since there was no chance he was going back to that hellhole, not after everything. He laughed at the thought of throwing himself a party. It would be pathetic, which was why he felt inclined to do so. After all, if the shoe fits. He was considering enrolling in some university classes as well. He was smart enough to bypass high school entirely. And university courses would be no big deal. He wasn't planning on going to high school anyway. The UA dream was nothing but a silly childhood fantasy now. He had a legal source of income and was able to become emancipated and access the money his parents left him as an adult. He saved this money and used the money he made from hacking. He also used other methods of earning money, but no one knew about that. He started at the bathroom mirror and ran a hand through his hair. It was getting back to its original color. He had dyed it black a month ago because green stuck out and was pretty memorable as well. It was also significantly longer than he would usually have it, about neck length. He hadn't cut it in months. He liked the long hair. He usually kept it up in a bun to get it out of his way. He was moving around more often. He got his workout schedule back on track and saw good results. The woman was shaking in fear. She desperately looked around for an escape. But there was no escaping them. They had made sure she knew that. Every attempt to escape had been foiled. She had been dressed up in an outfit that left no room for imagination. They did up her hair and painted her face with makeup. She knew that this was it. Her worst nightmare was coming true. The car came to a stop and the men exited the car. The one next to her dragged her out by her bindings. They had stopped in what looked like the middle of nowhere. The sounds of crickets made her skin itch. They were surrounded by trees. In the distance she could see a building. Her stomach churned. That's where they were going. She glanced to her left. The man holding her had fallen to the ground. There was a dart in her neck. Was someone here to save her? Or was she just going to end up in another hell? Or dead even? She wasn't that important. There were millions of other women prettier than her. Some were likely in that building right now. She was an investment, but it didn't mean she wasn't replaceable. Who the F is there? An enigmatic figure dressed in gray appeared from above and dropped to the ground. The moonlight shone on them, and while she didn't know who this person was, something about them gave her hope. Who the hell are you? You can call me Ash. A small but rough voice answered. And with that, he advanced forward with almost inhuman speed. She couldn't keep up with the action. The next thing she knew, she was free from her bindings and her captors were on the floor. She fell into her savior's arms with a sob. He didn't push her away. She did not know who this hero was. All she knew was that she was safe. Ash. She would remember that name for the rest of her life. Ash stepped into the dimly lit bar. The place was rough. Many shady people came here for a drink. He was here for business. This spot was a good place to gain information. Whether it was from some drunk loose-lip criminal, a vigilante, or someone looking to trade for a favor. He had become well known here. Almost all of the regular patrons owed him many favors. The first few times he had come, people thought that they could threaten him because of his small stature. It didn't turn out too well. By the fifth time he knocked on someone's, but in seconds, people realized he might be a threat. And as his name started to spread as he caught more and more bad guys, people started to see him in a different light. He had stabbed a man's hand the second time he touched him after a warning. Next time I'll cut it off. He'd said. The man got the message quickly. He was not someone to mess with. Fire was an all-consuming being with a mind of its own. Once it got to work, it left nothing but ashes. This was why Izuku had decided to give his vigilante persona the name of Ash. It was very fitting after what he'd been through. This, Ash, persona was very different from the boy behind the mask. Ash was charismatic, yet intimidating. He could be playful, but he also had a dark aura around him. He could be downright terrifying. They say one who lives with monsters long enough will either become a monster themselves or be consumed. And Ash was a monster when he let loose. He had no qualms about hurting other monsters. He would drag them all down to hell with him. Though it was meek, his inner voice kept him from going too far. Izuku was kicking and screaming to avoid being consumed by the flames the monster inside of him emitted. While he was still there, he'd never become completely dark. Izuku was weak and pitiful. He threw up at the smell of alcohol. He didn't talk unless it was absolutely necessary. And he hurt himself to calm the monster inside of him. Ash balanced him out. Ash approached the bar. The bartender grinned in greeting. Ash, my man. Have those guys left you alone yet? He took a seat on a stool. What did you do? He had been said when he found out his favorite bartender had been roughed up by some men trying to use the bar as their hideout. There was no way he was going to allow that. Nothing you can prove. It wasn't hard to find them. They were the type of people he hated, spineless, hurt people who were weaker than them just because they were strong. He enjoyed putting them in their places. You know you're terrifying for such a small dude. But thank you. I can't have my favorite bar being taken over by some assholes. Where else would I get my information from? You don't need us. You have eyes everywhere, man. It's concerning. I bet you know where I live. Ash was silent. He twirled the knife he was holding around innocently. You do, don't you? Don't answer that. What? He needed to do a background check on anyone he interacted with regularly. It wasn't that strange. And besides, now he knew he could trust the man. Though his definition of trust was questionable. Ash held up a picture. I've been hearing a certain vigilante is in town. Has he been here? I saw him the other day. He just sat at that table in the corner for a couple of hours, but he wasn't causing any trouble, so I let him be. Seemed to be people watching. Something up with him? No, he's just usually not in this area. He just might have to find him himself to have a little talk. That's all I wanted to know, so I'll be going. Let me know if you have any more trouble. On the way out, he brushed past a man he'd never seen before. He stood out because of his scars. He wanted to stay and find out more, but he had to go. He had a feeling he'd see the man again sometime. Congressman Takao Yutaka was a selfish bastard. He'd been in power for over 20 years now, and there was no chance in hell that it would change. He could keep his position till he died. Or maybe he'd retire early to a nice island. That was a very pleasing idea. When he was young, he aligned with some nasty people in order to gain power. And he did everything in his power to keep it, no matter how dirty he had to get his hands. To the general population, he was innocent. They had no idea what atrocities he'd committed behind the scenes. His public persona showed a caring husband and father who wanted to better society. But he only cared for the wealthy, people with status, or quirks with potential. The poor disgusted him. Having never been without money, he didn't understand them. And those with weak quirks were useless to society. And if they had none at all? Well, let's just say he didn't care about the rising death rate of the quirkless population. In fact, it pleased him. The sooner they got rid of them, the quicker society could progress. He had made sure to vote for legislation that made it harder for them. He didn't even have to justify his actions. The general public doesn't pay any attention to the quirkless population. He was a slimy two-faced bastard, and he was okay with it. Many of his fellow politicians knew him for what he was, but they couldn't do much about it. He had too much power backing him. Journalists had made stories about him, but they were quickly covered up. And those journalists were either roughed up or never seen again. He had particularly liked how the blonde one screamed last month. He didn't bother getting his hands dirty though, watching as the Yakuza group he backed did everything for him. He just turned a blind eye to their crimes and made sure they were never arrested. Some pesky underground heroes made it hard. They stuck their noses where they didn't belong. He had a lot of connections in the underground, but he had to be careful because of those heroes. He hadn't heard from a few of his connections recently. Apparently, they'd been caught by some vigilante. He scoffed when he heard it. If they were caught by a vigilante, they didn't deserve to breathe the same air as him. He was sitting in his office when he heard his phone buzzing multiple times. He silenced it and continued his work. But it continued to light up. He sighed and picked up the phone, not checking the caller ID. "Boss, have you seen the news?" A frantic voice came from the phone. "I'm working. Why the hell would I be watching the news?" "You need to check the news, boss. It's trouble." "I'll check it when I have time." He snapped, hanging up the phone. Just as he put his phone down, there was a knock at his door. "Come in," he barked. His secretary walked in. He didn't know her name. She was just a young busta woman that he hired without looking at her resume. The picture was enough for him. "Sir, have you seen the news?" "Why is everyone asking me about the goddamn news?" "Get out." She quickly retreated, being used to his huge temper. He would watch it when he was ready. He worked for another hour, but outside there was a great deal of noise that he couldn't ignore. What the hell was going on? When he opened the door to ask his secretary, he found her lying on the floor unconscious. He looked around to see if there were any signs of a break-in, but none were visible. So she was so incompetent that she passed out on the job. Perhaps it was time to get rid of this one. He went outside to find out what the commotion was, only to discover a sea of reporters waiting in his front yard. As soon as they saw him, they morphed into sharks, watching their prey. The shouts of questions began. "Congressman Takao, can you comment on the controversies surrounding you? Congressman, do you have anything to say about all the people you murdered? Congressman, could you elaborate on where your wealth originated? Will you hold yourself accountable and resign? Will you cooperate with the police?" He quickly shut himself inside. What the hell had happened? How had this happened? He took so many precautions to keep his activities private, and he ensured that no mentions of them in the media. Turning on the TV he kept for guests, he turned to the first news channel he saw. Congressman Takao Yutaka has been exposed for several crimes, including fraud, extortion, murder, discrimination, covering up multiple crimes, conspiring with gang members, and much more. How could this happen? They couldn't have any proof. Multiple documents, videos, and pictures of his crime leaked onto the internet this afternoon. And all the news channels in the country were hacked at the same time to broadcast his crimes. No one has taken credit for this, but police believe this is the work of the vigilante Ash, who in the short time he's been around has been working to take down corruption, though he has never targeted anyone this big before. Could this be a taste of what's to come? Maikawa Ryo, a respectable journalist, has seemingly confirmed his involvement. She published her article before anything had come out, with evidence separate from the one leaked. She has claimed to get it from the vigilante himself. Next, we'll show you some videos of the disgraced congressman. We'll warn you of the graphic nature first. He cursed a DMN vigilante. He never took them seriously because he hadn't believed they were capable of what heroes were, but the videos that were being shown on the TV. This was bad. This guy was likely the same one causing trouble for his boys. Damn it, if only he had taken them seriously, he could have gotten rid of the guy before this had happened. Or hire him, whichever was easier. But it was too late. His colleagues have all spoken out to condemn him, even those in his own party. Those bees, he had done so much for them and they were just leaving him to the wolves. The vigilante had to be dangerous. Perhaps something suspicious had happened to his secretary. He needed to get out of here quickly. He rushed to his office to gather his belongings. He tried calling all his contacts but no one picked up. Were they? How was he going to get out of here? It would be hard, especially with the media out front, but he would manage. Where are you going? He screamed, turning around to find a masked figure sitting on his chair. How and when did he get there? He had been all alone when he first walked in. You're just going to leave your unconscious secretary here? You didn't even flinch when you saw her. Even with all your crimes exposed, you're still a piece of shit. You're Ash? This was your doing? You've ruined my life, you'll pay for this. And how many people's lives have you ruined? Trust me, it's far from even. Tanji Shinju, Oishi Katashi, Arakaki Ian, Kishimoto Yasuko, Mino Ko, those are just 5 names out of hundreds that are dead because of you. I'm sure you don't know any of their names. I could list them all. He begins listing off names. Takao wasn't even sure if he was bluffing at this point. How could anyone remember so many names? And for some reason, he didn't doubt that this man knew every single name. Stop, I get it. Do you? You said I should pay? Shouldn't you pay for what you've done? Give their families closure and die. A cold blade was pressed to his neck. He was paralyzed in fear. This man was terrifying. I haven't wanted to kill anyone so bad in a while. But your death does not mean justice for anyone. I'll leave that to the legal system. Even they can't F this up after what I've done. You'll be locked away for the rest of your life. The blade remained pressed against him. He couldn't move at all, otherwise, he would slit his own throat. Don't try and leave the country, you won't be able to. All your men have been arrested already. None of them have the status to protect them. And don't even try to buy a ticket, I've frozen your accounts. I'll be watching you until you get arrested. Try anything and you'll regret it. The police will want to question you soon. The blade disappeared from his neck. Suddenly, Ash stood on his desk, and in a swift movement, he flipped over to Kao and landed behind him. You've made it really hard for quirkless people to live. I hope you lay awake in your cell knowing one took you down. He jerked his head back to look at the vigilante, but he was gone. There was no way. He hadn't seen anything he could classify as a quirk, but still. He couldn't have been taken down by someone so useless. No, Ash clearly wasn't useless. He had defied all his prejudices. Even if he didn't get arrested right away, there was no doubt that he would be eventually. Takao sank to his knees. He felt as if he was kneeling on the shattered glass of his legacy that had been so broken, it would never be fixed. Maikawa Ryo was working late on a story. She was so immersed in her writing that she didn't hear the window opening. She had turned to grab her coffee when she saw a person. Her heart jumped out of her chest. She was lucky she hadn't grabbed the coffee, or she would have smashed her favorite mug. She grabbed the taser that she brought with her when on dangerous investigations. Was this a villain? Why were they coming for her? She didn't write much about villains. Instead, things the public needed to know. Destructive heroes, corrupt politicians or police officers, vigilantes. Ms. Maikawa, there's no need for the taser. What do you want with me? My name is Ash. Ash. She lowered the taser. She knew exactly who that was. She had been trying to catch a glance at the vigilante ever since he took down that huge Yakuza group. He'd been at work for weeks before that, but nobody really knew who was taking down these lowlifes. That was until the cops released the vigilante's name, yet they still didn't know much about him. He was shorter than she thought he would be. She reached for her phone. She needed to take a photo of him. She could be the first journalist with a picture of him. Her phone wasn't turning on. I'm sorry, I don't pose for pictures. I made sure your technology wouldn't work while I was here. She should have known, but it didn't hurt to try. Why are you here? I haven't committed a crime. That was unless he counted the several times she trespassed to get a scope. But she knew he only took down people that deserved it. And she didn't. I know you're writing a story on Takao Yutaka. What about it? She asked defensively. This story was close to her heart. A colleague of hers had written a story about him but soon disappeared. She had left a file for Maikawa with all her research. She knew publishing that article would be her death. But she did it anyway. So Maikawa vowed to take him down, even if that meant her death. I need you to publish it in a month. On the 15th at noon. What, why? It was not ready at all. I'm taking him down, I need all the media coverage I can get. Here, he placed a flash drive on his desk. This is solid proof of some of his crimes. You can quote me in your article if you want. But he'll make my article disappear the second it gets out. Don't worry about it. I can out-hack anyone. And his tech guy isn't all that impressive. Besides, I'll be taking over every media outlet in Japan and releasing everything I have on him. Then why do you want me to write an article? People trust you. You've taken down guys like him before, they'll listen to you. And it will be before my media dump, so they'll already have their pitchforks out to get him, and then they'll see that it's even worse. They'll have no choice but to stripe him of his position and send him to prison. She could finally avenge her friend. I have to go. But take a look at that flash drive, it's worth it. Thank you. But I'll offer you some advice. He stared. Don't just break into a woman's window when she's your ally. I'll keep that in mind. I look forward to your article. Keep the taser, you won't need it, but it's good to be safe. I'll have someone watching out for you when your article goes live. Before she could say anything else, he disappeared into the shadows of her office. The window shutting was the only proof that he didn't teleport. Her electronics started working seconds after he left. She put the flash drive into her laptop immediately. Her mouth dropped at the sight in front of her. This was cold, hard evidence. Pictures, documents, text messages, audio recordings. It was all in her hands. And this wasn't even all Ash had. This BSTRD was finally going down. Akaguro Kaizome was wandering around Japan, thinking of his next step. He'd been wandering for a few weeks. He had finally realized that his life was very lacking, which was why he was in search of a new purpose. The sound of footsteps approaching made him turn around. A small masked figure stood in front of him, staring right at him. He took note of the weapon stored away. He'd been around enough vigilantes to know this was another one he'd never seen before. Stendhal, right? He immediately drew a blade. How did he know that name? He had shed that identity along with his mask. No one knew what he looked like without it. So how did this small fry? Who are you? Kaizome twitched. The vigilante had the nerve to smirk. Only one of them was armed. He moved quickly, cutting on the side of the vigilante's mouth. He liked the blood off his katana. He'd opened his mouth to speak but was cut off by a string of muttering. Interesting, he ingests the other person's blood to paralyze them. A bit inconvenient, but it seems like his speed is unnaturally quick. Would be hard to dodge his blade. I wonder if different blood types react differently. Kaizome stared at the small vigilante. What the hell was he doing? Analyzing his quirk when he was in danger. This man was insane. Part of him was interested, but he was also dangerous. He played back the past few minutes' head and realized something. You could have dodged that. The vigilante snapped out of his mumbling. I was watching you, you saw my movements before I even got close to you. But you just stood there. Did you want me to cut you? Yes, he said honestly. Why? I was curious about your quirk. It's interesting. I've never seen one like that in person at least. I could have killed you by now. Why would you take that risk? Well, you haven't. And you wouldn't. You're curious about me. Don't you want to know how I recognized you? Hey, when does this wear off? He stared at the vigilante incredulously before barking out a laugh. He had to admit he liked this guy. What's your name? Ash. Kaizome was shocked, suddenly having a lot more respect for the vigilante. He had been hearing about Ash through his travels. He was a vigilante that helped others without expecting anything in return. He did not discriminate. And in the few months he'd been working, he had taken down corrupt people all over the country. He was not afraid of who they were. He had been watching the news last night when Takao Yutaka was arrested. His crimes were well known, but no one had done anything about him because he came from money. Yet the dirt Ash had dug up was undeniable. It was no wonder Ash knew his identity, though he hadn't known what Ash looked like until today. The media knew his name, but they were never able to get his picture. He always disappeared before the cops, heroes, or the media arrive. He was shrouded in mystery, there wasn't much known about him. Many vigilantes were in it for power, glory, money, the rush of putting justice in their own hands. But Ash appeared to be selfless. He had not quite been able to figure out just why he was doing this. Ah, I can move again. I heard it could take up to 8 minutes. It must be about blood types then. What do you know about me? Ash was now casually leaning against the wall. Quite a bit. I've seen you roaming around for a while now, made me wonder. You seem to give up on Stendhal. What are you up to now? I don't care that much, but you're in my territory and I don't want trouble here. You've noticed how effed society is, haven't you? All these people running around in costumes calling themselves heroes. Disgusting. None of them are heroes. And the corruption needs to be fixed, yet none of these heroes are doing anything. Isn't it strange? So what are you going to do about it? Ash looked interested, standing up straight. You'll have to watch and find out. That's lame, but I am interested. I've heard a bit about you. I admire your efforts against this society. I'll be looking forward to what you do next. Don't go down the wrong path or someone might have to do something about you. Is that going to be you? Perhaps. Ash tilted his head to the side. You sure are interesting. Are you any good with that sword? Kaizome raised an eyebrow. Why was he asking? Looking for a teacher. I'm not the best with a sword. Kaizome doubted that. He had heard about the vigilante's incredible skills in combat, along with many others. Why me? The smaller vigilante smiled widely. Something about that smile seemed sarcastic. I just admire you so much. Kaizome stared at him as if saying, do you think I'm stupid? Do I need to say please? So many criminals tell me I've forgotten my manners. My mother would be disappointed. He had a feeling this vigilante would be a handful. But he wanted to see his evolution. He wanted to make sure he didn't change his ways like many heroes did after they got a little notability. And he was still on a journey himself. Fine. Does that mean the great Stendhal is my sensei? I don't go by that name anymore. Then what should I call you? I don't know yet. You probably know my real name anyway. Kaizome-sensei it is. This little sheet. Why are you watching that hero? Will you ever stop sneaking up on me? Kaizome questioned, continuing to watch the new hero. He had gotten used to the vigilante appearing suddenly without informing him beforehand, but it would still be nice to get a heads up. You know, Kaizome-sensei, hanging out on rooftops is kind of sketchy. Why did he put up with this kid? And he said kid because it was clear the vigilante was on the young side. He wasn't sure how young exactly, but he couldn't be older than he would bet he was under that. Ash was very good at everything he did, but he showed his age sometimes. It was difficult to catch, but Kaizome was good at watching and listening. His age didn't hold him back. He was more experienced than most older vigilantes and heroes he knew. Do you know that hero? His hero name is Ranger. He's new, only debuted a few weeks ago. He's not that popular, so many people haven't heard of him yet. He hasn't done anything monumental. His quirk is agility related. It allows him to make rapid attacks on his opponents. He's really good at close-range fighting. That would be a bit of a disadvantage for him if he fought you. You'd probably paralyze him in minutes. This was why he put up with the kid. It was like he was a human search engine. He wasn't sure if there was anything he didn't know. And when he didn't know something, he'd become an expert just a day later. Why are you so interested in heroes lately? Is this your new thing? Stalking heroes. You ask too many questions. And he was one to talk about stalking others. Let's go. He stood up. He was done here. He had all he needed for now. They walked to their usual training area in an abandoned part of town. He had been meeting with Ash for nearly a month, and the vigilante already had amazing skills. He was less of a teacher and more of a training partner. But he wasn't complaining, it was helping him improve too. And he was able to keep an eye on the vigilante to watch over his morals. It seemed like they mostly aligned with his. He could tell the vigilante had a deep hatred for hero society. He was curious to hear the story behind that, but Ash didn't seem open to sharing it. As he fought Ash, he continued to try and find answers to his questions. He still had no clue what his quirk was. Every time he got an idea, Ash would do something else and make him change his mind. And of course, the menace wouldn't tell him himself. he just shrugged and told him to guess. Ash's analytical ability was out of the world. Yet Kaizome was thinking he was just naturally smart. He was ridiculously agile and a good fighter. He was also very quick. Kaizome hadn't been able to cut him many times since that first night. All of those could be an option for his quirk, but he didn't know which one. It didn't matter much to him, but it was good to have that information. Ash had been better at hand-to-hand combat, but his skills with blades had improved significantly after training with Kaizome. He wondered what Ash would think of his next path. Surely he would agree with his message. But Ash didn't kill, it was something he was strictly against, even if his opponent deserved it. As his blade was knocked out of his hands, he wondered if Ash would stop him if he dived too far into the deep end. Tsukachi was driving back to the station in his squad car. He had stopped at a red light when the door suddenly popped open. Ash casually sat down in the passenger's seat and put on his seatbelt. He was loudly sipping on a juice box. He stared at the vigilante. He wanted to be surprised, but after dealing with Ash for a few months, he couldn't be surprised at his spontaneousness. He always kept the detective on his toes. A few months ago Ash appeared. Tsukachi hadn't met him until recently. But Ash was contacting him from the start. He had begun getting anonymous tips from an untraceable number. He was skeptical at first, but he followed them every time and they led to important crimes. Over time, the vigilante revealed his name. He didn't reveal anything else Tsukachi wanted to know, like why he had chosen to text him. And as Ash became more known, he noticed that Ash had a distaste for the police and heroes. He actively avoided them. Whenever they got close to him, he would be gone. Which made Tsukachi even more curious as to why Ash was trusting him with information. He had finally met the vigilante when Ash snuck into the police station and was sitting at his desk. After that, the vigilante just appeared whenever and wherever he wanted to. And he always disappeared before any of his fellow officers appeared or when Tsukachi wanted to bring him in for questioning. He didn't approve of vigilantism and he didn't trust Ash at first. That all changed when Ash had saved hundreds of people, disabling a bomb that even their experts had trouble with. He didn't knock out the team handling the bomb, but that didn't bother him as hundreds of lives had been saved. He wasn't going to arrest him unless something changed. He wasn't even sure if he could catch Ash if he tried. Even with backup. The light is green. What are you doing here? He asked, pressing his foot on the gas pedal. Can we stop for food? I haven't eaten in days. Those words registered in his mind a slight lie. He had a feeling it had been longer than a few days. What? Why not? I've been busy. I was working on something. But my head feels dizzy. I think that may be a bit concerning. A bit? He had noticed that Ash was terrible at taking care of himself. He turned into the first fast food place he saw and ordered food for Ash. Thanks. Ash grabbed the bag and started eating. After a few minutes, Ash pushed the bag to the side. He had eaten less than half of the food Tsukachi had bought. You should eat more. I don't want to eat right now. I'll take it with me. Are you going to tell me why you're here now? I heard you're doing a case with Eraserhead. Heard? Yup, and I happened to solve it for you too. He placed a thick folder on Tsukachi's lap. I'm too busy to deal with it myself. But I trust you two can handle it. Ash said, unbuckling his seatbelt. What are you dash? The door opened and Ash jumped out of the moving car. When Ash wasn't targeting specific people or groups, he patrolled different areas that were neglected by heroes and cops alike. The crime rates were high there and people were suffering, yet no one did anything. Most of the inhabitants were living in poverty and didn't have many resources. At first, they didn't like his meddling, but as their living situations improved, so did their appreciation for him. He didn't care much about what anyone thought of him though. He had something new to test out on patrol today. He had been working on it for so long, he had cried when he finished it. Hello. Hello, Ash. My name is EMBR, your artificial assistant. How can I help you? Her voice still gave him chills. It was so lifelike. He had been working on this project for a few years. He had never expected it to go anywhere, but the past few months he had put all his free time towards it. Would be a big help with his vigilantism. Scan the security cameras in the area for any criminal activity. After a few minutes, a video feed was projected in front of him. He felt like he was in a Marvel movie. Tony Stark would be proud. Bank robbery 5 miles from here. The police have yet to be contacted. Let's go then. And call the police. He jumped on his hoverboard and rode in the direction the robbery was in. Ember gave him further directions when needed. He hopped off the board. It folded into a device he could keep with him. Shooting his grappling hook towards the roof, he broke open the vent and climbed through. He used the grappling hook to knock the guns out of the robber's hands. He jumped down to the ground. He heard a gasp from the bank teller who had been taken hostage. She looked happy to see him. "Who is that?" Robber number 1 asked. "Beats me, let's get him." Robber number 2 didn't hesitate to attack Ash. He regretted that. Ash caught in his arms. Robber number 2 yelled. Ash chucked him at robber number 1. They collided with a loud thud. "Are you okay, miss?" he asked the woman. She nodded. "The police will be here soon. I'll tie these guys up for you." They were a bit pathetic, even for knuckleheads in ski masks. They resisted, but Ash eventually handcuffed them together. The woman thanked him profusely. He brushed it off. He didn't like the praise. That wasn't why he was doing all this. He'd got away just before he heard the sirens. Aizawa entered the police station heading straight for Tsukachi's desk. He had gotten a call from the detective an hour ago, asking him to get to the station as soon as possible. It had been a long day and he was exhausted, but it sounded urgent. "What's going on?" Tsukachi stared at the juice packet in his hand for a moment, looking away to open a drawer, pulling out a drawer. "I got a new lead on the case we were working on." Aizawa took the folder and flipped it open. He skimmed through the pages, intending to read them more thoroughly later, as there were about 100 pages in it. He immediately noticed how through the document it even had a table of context. It was separated into sections. Each section was clearly explained. This isn't a lead, this is everything we need to make arrests. They hadn't had enough evidence to do so before. They had spent weeks investigating and found nothing. The morale was low, but this. "Where'd you get this?" "You know Ash, the vigilante?" Ash dash. He stared at Tsukachi as if he were crazy. He knew of Ash. He had heard a lot about him. But he also knew that Ash didn't deal with heroes or cops. He wouldn't. Another underground hero had tried to meet with him once, in disguise, but Ash knew exactly who he was. He had someone go in his place to tell him he didn't deal with heroes. No one knew why he despised them so much. The most interaction he had with the police was leaving the criminals he caught to be arrested. "What do you mean?" "He gave it to me." Aizawa crossed his arms over his chest. "I'm not sure I follow." "He broke into my car, gave it to me, and then jumped out of the moving vehicle." "I think you missed the part where you explained why he would help you." "I'm not sure myself. He started contacting me months ago. He gave me heads up whenever he was going to do something big, let me know about criminals to pick up, and sometimes gave me information. I thought he didn't like the police." "He doesn't, but he told me, if I have to trust a cop, you're the only one I could." "I don't understand it myself. I have a feeling he might know me from his civilian life. I haven't been able to prove it. He's very careful with his words. He knew my quirk from the start." "Well, let's get to work on this then. We have a long few days ahead of us." He wanted to ask more questions about Ash, but it wasn't the time for that. They had some villains to catch. Aizawa had severely underestimated the situation. He was still injured from his last mission. He was supposed to be taking it easy, but he rushed into a fight carelessly, and now he was losing. He went into it thinking that he would only be fighting 2 men. He had the upper hand until 5 other men had rushed in and overwhelmed him. Hisashi was right, he should still be resting. He had to reverse the situation and fast. This is disappointing. All heads turned to where the voice came from above. A masked character was perched on the rooftop above. His head was tilted and his voice took a condescending tone. "The first time I see Eraserhead fighting up close and he's all bloodied and bruised. I guess someone should help him out." One of the criminals snorted. "What are you going to do about it, Short Stack? It's past your bedtime." With a sigh, he leapt into the air and landed perfectly in front of the men, punching one in the face. Aizawa took advantage of the distraction to drag himself up and start fighting again. Although he was hurting, he had no choice but to take this chance. The rest of the group didn't take the newcomer as a threat and focused on Aizawa. That was a bad idea. After finishing the first fight, the masked figure joined the fray. Aizawa had decided that this man was a vigilante. He didn't seem very hero-like, but he was helping one. Before, he had cooperated with vigilantes reluctantly, and he had a pretty good idea of all the vigilantes in the area, but he had never encountered this one. The vigilante intercepted the man trying to sneak up on Aizawa. Let's just level the playing field a little. Upon hearing bones breaking, Aizawa became alarmed. In his glance back, he saw the man who had attempted to take him down on the ground, groaning in pain. The vigilante had no qualms about breaking his arm. One of the 5 criminals turned their attention to Aizawa, who, in comparison with the fresh vigilante, was tired. However, he was able to muster the energy to deal with the one in front of him. Aizawa turned to give the vigilante some help, but he stopped when he noticed just how well he was faring. Aizawa was amazed at how fluid he moved. Not one hit landed on him. He was expertly trained, but something about his movements was brutal. Like he purposely drew it out and made it hurt rather than putting them down right away. Shortly 4 went down to 3, then to 2. The last one tried to run away, but Aizawa caught him with his capture weapon. He secured the whole group before turning to speak to the vigilante, but he was gone. Aizawa hadn't heard him move, and yet he was gone. Todoroki. Shoto pulled his hood over his head, not sure how long he had been walking. It wasn't the first time his father had kicked him out of the house, but it was certainly the worst. His father blew up when they were training. He wasn't even sure what he did. His father brought up his mother, and Todoroki felt an anger rise in him like never before. He wanted to yell back, but the next thing he knew his vision went black. He woke up to more yelling, and then he found himself outside in the cold. He had been walking for God knows how long. He had honestly wanted to get as far away from his house as possible. There was a part of him that didn't want to go back. He knew he would have to eventually, but tonight he wanted nothing to do with his family. After receiving the first text from Fuyumi, he turned off his phone. Her constant excuses for their father made him sick. As much as Natsuo tried to help, he couldn't fully understand the situation. He missed Tuya. At least he would get what it felt like. If only his brother was alive. If only. His left side kept him warm, yet he felt numb all around. His whole body felt like he had been hit by a train. He had taken quite a beating at home and was put out into the cold. He hadn't eaten in a week either. His stomach was begging for a nice meal. He wondered when his father would give in. In all, it had been 1 week since he was kicked out, the longest he had ever locked him out for. Part of him hoped he would never call him home, although it hasn't been glamorous out on the streets. It was the first taste of freedom he's had in a long time. Freedom tasted like a meal after going without one for weeks, soft-serve ice cream on a scorching summer day, like iced cold water after a run. His stomach growled. He ought to stop thinking about food. It was making him even more hungry. He missed school a few days, but it's not like anyone would miss him. Besides, he wouldn't get into any trouble. His school turned a blind eye because of who his father was. When he came to school with bruises or missed a day without explanation, they did nothing. His father was highly regarded by the staff. Your father is a great hero, and you'll follow in his footsteps with that great quirk of yours. The principal had told him one day after he got an award for outstanding grades. Comments like those made him despise the career path more than he already did. They didn't care about his well-being, just that he was successful. One day, a classmate had reported his bruises to a teacher and ended up with detention for spreading lies. The other children learned to never mention it. Todoroki is just training extra hard to become a hero, one teacher explained when he had to change in front of the other boys and revealed a chest full of bruises. His father Endeavor told me it was his dream of becoming #1. She gushed as if she was a schoolgirl talking about the popular boy in school. He changed in the bathroom after that. He was limping around when he ran into some trouble. Where's this rich kid running off to? A large, burly man with a rugged appearance smoked a cigarette while wrapping his arm around his shoulder. Hey kid, ain't ya a little far from home? There were 2 other men smoking as well. He coughed, having inhaled the smoke. He tried to tug himself loose, but the man's grip was strong. Where you going? Let's play a little. Todoroki gave a blank stare. Aren't you a little too old to play with children? Are you a pedo? If anything, he knew how to annoy big intimidating men. Laughing, one man exclaimed, "This kid is funny." "Shut up. My mother told me to stay away from pedophiles." "Well, where is your mommy now?" "Still in a mental hospital, I would assume." "But do you know her?" "Demon kid, that's tough." The man who had laughed earlier patted his back apologetically. If his friend wasn't holding him so tightly right now, he may have liked the man. "Stop fooling around, hurry up and rob the kid." The third man chimed in. Todoroki froze after being picked up by the throat and slammed against the wall. Is it okay for him to fight back? He technically wasn't supposed to be using his quirk like that, but his life may be in danger. As he struggled to breathe, his vision filled with black spots. He wondered what his father's excuse would be when his body was found. Although his father was a good liar, perhaps his siblings would be fed up after the death of another brother. Natsuo was already at the edge. Perhaps he should let them kill him, then maybe his mother and siblings could be free too. His right hand touched the hand holding him up. His quirk reflexively activated. The man made a surprised sound and dropped him. The wound on his torso, which had reopened, soaked his shirt with blood. Regardless of the pain, he stood up, activating his flight sense, and started running for his life. Behind him, he froze the ground. He stumbled into an alley and collapsed on the ground. "Hey, you okay, kid?" Unaware that anyone else was nearby, he jumped. Following the voice, his eyes fell on a man dressed in ash gray with a hood over his head, bunny ears flopping to one side. The mask he was wearing covered the area around his eyes. A flat board was hovering above the ground next to him. Suddenly, Todoroki felt a shiver run down his spine. He felt like he should be very afraid of this man. "Are you a hero?" he questioned. The costume gave him that idea, but he wasn't sure. The man twisted his face into an indignant scowl as if the words that were coming from Todoroki's mouth were the most outrageous words he had ever heard. "Of course I'm not." He wondered why he was so offended. "Ah then, who are you?" "My name is Ash." His eyes grew wide. Although he knew little about vigilantism, he had heard about this one quite a bit. He had caused him the arrest of one of his father's biggest supporters. A government official that always rubbed Todoroki the wrong way. It was enjoyable to see the number 2 hero so enraged at a vigilante. His father resented them, feeling that they were interfering with something they should not be involved in. They were nothing more than villains to him. Even if one helped him out, he would arrest them immediately. Before, he had acted like they were ants that he could crush. It was undeniable, however, that Ash was trouble. Although he should be frightened, he felt at ease at his presence. "What's your name?" He paused. What should he say? "Shoto." He finally answered. It was a common name and it didn't tie him with his father in any way. No matter how nice, Ash was a dangerous vigilante who was supposedly a master at technology and gathering information. "Are you running away from home, Shoto?" "No," he said defensively. He really wasn't. Then what are you doing out here at this time?" "No offense, but you don't look like you belong here." Ash looked him up and down, his eyes landing on his blood-filled shirt. "You look like you're going to pass out any minute now. Should I take you to a hospital?" "No. Please don't do that." He panicked. They would call his father. "All right then, but someone needs to patch you up and I assume you don't have anywhere to go. I'll take you with me. Are you okay with that?" Shoto nodded. He wanted to protest, but he had no energy left to do so. "Don't fall asleep on me, okay?" He didn't know why he felt as though he could trust this man, but he leaned into him. Seconds later, he felt like he was flying. Ash brought Shoto to his warehouse. It was the closest place that he could patch the kid up. The bleeding was quite profuse, and he needed medical attention. However, he was adamant about not going to the hospital. Ash figured he was likely running away from someone. Someone who he couldn't afford to be called to the hospital. He had a soft spot for abused children. He already had over a dozen kids he had saved from abused homes as Ash. Some of them hung around him when he was patrolling. He carried him in and placed him on the sofa. "Wait here, I'll get my first aid kit." He was still in full costume, not taking a risk when it came to others finding out his identity. A tracker was detected on Shoto. It was disabled when you arrived at the base. Ember informed him through his earpiece. Since he was distrustful of everyone and couldn't be sure that someone wasn't trying to track him, he had taken precautions around all his properties. He gathered his first aid kit from the bathroom and went back to Shoto. "Take off your shirt, please." Shoto complied, wincing as he removed his shirt. His muscles were well defined, despite only looking around Ash's age. There were some nasty bruises on his stomach that hadn't been properly treated. Despite not showing it, he was horrified by the number of bruises on Shoto's body. "This might hurt," he warned, sterilizing the wound. He wondered how he got it, if it was from the streets or from home. He would have to stitch it up. "Do you have to go home tonight?" "No, He stared at the ground for a minute. "My father kicked me out for a bit. But I'll have to go home eventually." "And is that where you got all the bruises from?" Shoto didn't answer, but they both knew the answer. "I could do something about him." "No, you can't," Shoto muttered in a defeated tone. "He may seem like the strongest man in the world to you right now, but I promise someone could take him down." "You shouldn't try, he's too powerful." "Okay, but when you leave, I'll give you a number to contact me. In case you change your mind. Powerful men who choose to use their power to do despicable things should have no power." He finished the stitches and placed wrap over it. Then he applied some cream to the bruises. They would fade eventually, but it would help. "I'll make some food for you. You look hungry." The warehouse had been equipped with a kitchen. He could spend days here at a time. He made him a quick bowl of fried rice, not making any for himself. He had eaten breakfast this morning and he didn't need anything else. Shoto took a bite, looking at him with wide eyes. "You can cook too?" He shrugged. "Jack of all trades, I guess." The rest of Shoto's food was devoured swiftly. He had made a lot, guessing he hadn't eaten in a while. He quickly fell asleep after dinner. Once he was out, Ash took out his laptop and continued to gather information for his next big mission. This one would be troublesome. Shoto awoke in a plush bed, with the softest sheets he had ever felt. And his bed at home had 1,000 thread count sheets. He didn't want to get out of the bed. This was how the vigilante was going to trap him here, with soft sheets. How malicious. He dragged himself out of bed, not wanting to part from the sheer comfort from the sheets. He opened the door to the room. Outside there was a hallway with many doors. He had no clue how to find Ash, and he didn't think the vigilante wanted him exploring. "Go straight forward, turn to the right once you're out of the doorway, and keep walking." A feminine yet slightly robotic-sounding voice informed him. He jumped, looking up to find where the voice came from. "Who?" "My name is Ember, Ash's artificial intelligence. You can ask me if you have any questions. Ash is currently in the training room." Artificial intelligence? Just how smart was this man? She sounded so lifelike. He followed the directions and came across a large training room. Ash was in the middle of the room, going head-to-head with a robot with a metal staff. He wasn't surprised by anything anymore. From what he had seen from this warehouse, everything was super high-tech. Like it was out of a futuristic movie. He watched in awe as the two performed what looked like a choreographed dance. Ash dodged a blast from the robot. Rolling down to the floor, he did a kip-up. He intercepted the robot arm that was coming at him with his staff. The robot knocked it across the room. Oh no! He started to back away from the robot. He was avoiding all attempts to hit him. He was running away, but it didn't look cowardly. Shoto gasped as he flipped over the robot, landing behind it, causing it to look around in confusion. Ash kicked its back and brought it down to a knee. He went to kick it in the face, but his leg was caught. "Sheet!" he cursed, missing a step, allowing the robot to pull him to the ground. He rolled out of the way of another blast. The robot came closer. He closed his legs around the neck of the robot and flipped it onto the ground. He pressed the button in the middle of its chest and the robot stopped moving. Ash stood up and looked over at Shoto. "Good morning." He had many questions floating through his mind, but the one that came out was unrelated to what had just happened. "Where do you get your sheets?" Ash barked out a laugh. "It's a secret." He narrowed his eyes. "It was illegal, wasn't it? Do you want breakfast?" He nodded. He was feeling better after eating last night and having his injuries taken care of. His body only slightly ached. "Follow me." He followed Ash to the kitchen area. He watched as Ash started to cook. He had never learned how to cook, but it always interested him. Ash made a simple breakfast of eggs, toast, and bacon, but it was delicious. Once he had finished cooking, he excused himself to shower. Shoto wondered why he hadn't made food for himself. He could have eaten before training, but he imagined that he worked up an appetite. Ash came back after about 20 minutes. He still had his mask on, but he was wearing an oversized sweatshirt and sweatpants. He looked so small in normal clothing. "You look like you want to ask me a million questions. I'll answer a few. Why did you become a vigilante? I used to think that heroes were amazing, that they sacrificed so much for the act of saving others. And maybe some do. But in all situations where someone needed saving, there wasn't a hero in sight. Villains aren't the only danger. The system as it is now doesn't even try to protect everyone. I got fed up seeing people suffering. I had the skills and tools to do something, so I did. Heroes can't save everyone, and sometimes they won't. I can't rely on heroes, so I'll take things into my own hands." He bit his lip, looking like he had more to say, but he didn't. He stood up. "I have to go. You can walk around freely. Some doors are locked. Don't try to open them. Ask Ember if you need something." Over the next few days, Shoto stayed in the warehouse. Ash came and went. When he was gone, Ember helped him out. When Ash was around, he didn't mind Shoto sitting and watching him. He was often on the computer, typing something, he didn't know what exactly. He also spent a lot of time working out. The training room was really nice. He always dreaded training with his father, but a part of him wanted to train there. Ash had built a lot of gadgets to help him train by himself. He was very athletic and a good fighter. Shoto wondered how he would match up against him. He wasn't sure when Ash had the time to sleep or eat. He was constantly working at something. He had been so comfortable at the Vigilante's warehouse the past few days. He was able to relax, eat delicious meals, and not worry about training. And the Vigilante was good company. Although he didn't talk much, Shoto enjoyed their conversations when he did. His heart sank when he finally received a call from his father. He let it go to voicemail. His phone buzzed with a text message seconds later. It looked like he would have to finally go home. "Is Ash here?" he asked Ember. "He's in the kitchen." He navigated his way to the main room. Ash was sitting crisscrossed on the kitchen counter typing away at his laptop, nursing a coffee cup in his hand. He honestly looked like a child. It was amusing. Shoto didn't find much to be funny, but he found himself failing to stifle a laugh. Ash looked up at him. He took a deep breath. "I need to go home." A dark look crossed the Vigilante's face. He shut his laptop. "I'll see you out." That was easy. He didn't even argue. "All right." He was a bit sad to go, but he was more terrified of his father to just stay. In the end, he couldn't hide from him. Not when his only purpose was to fill the Flame Hero's dreams. "If you change your mind or need a place to stay, don't be afraid to contact me. And you could come back here if you'd like." He nodded. He wasn't going to change his mind anytime soon. But if he got kicked out again, he had nowhere else to go. "Don't tell anyone about this place, or I'll have to kill them and you." I won't." "I'm kidding, don't make that face. Let's go." Outside the warehouse was deceiving. He wouldn't have guessed what was inside. Ash walked him to the area where they had first met before parting ways. "Goodbye, Shoto." "Bye, Ash." He turned to leave but paused. How was he supposed to contact Ash? He turned to ask, but the Vigilante was gone. He sighed. It seemed they weren't meant to meet again. It took him 2 hours to get home. How had he walked this far before? His calves were burning. It must have been the adrenaline. Fuyumi greeted him the second he walked into the house. "Shoto, I was so worried." "I'm sure you were," he said dryly. If she was so worried, she would have stopped their father, talked sense into him, or would have helped him after he was kicked out. He loved her, but she was a coward when it came to their father. "You look good. Where did you stay?" "I have no idea why he took so long to get you back." "Is father home?" "No." "Then I'll be going to my room." He brushed past her. He didn't have time to deal with her. He wouldn't have much peace when his father came home. He laid on his bed. The sheets were not as soft as ashes. His phone buzzed. He picked it up, expecting it to be from his father, but it wasn't. "No. You left your shirt here, you'll have to come back." He smiled and started to type. Izuku was visibly distracted. spending the past hour typing, deleting, and rewriting the coding over and over again. He kept making stupid mistakes, avoidable ones too, but he continued to zone out as his fingers flew across the keyboard. What should I do? He sighed. I would recommend you eat dinner and get a proper night's rest, Ember answered. That was not what I meant. Oh, it wasn't? I thought the answer was obvious considering you haven't had proper rest in over a week or a meal either. But I guess I was mistaken. Naturally, he programmed a sassy little sheet to be his sidekick. Despite not being a real person, she had easily become his closest companion. He didn't talk to many people outside of being Ash. He didn't take very good care of himself, she always reminded him to, even though he didn't listen half the time. You know human bodies are fragile. You should nurture yours, I would not like it if you disappeared. Of course, she had to guilt him into it. Though if he did die, she would be all alone. He wouldn't want that. She may be a highly advanced artificial intelligence, but she is practically a newborn. She's only come into this world fully weeks ago. She had infinite knowledge at her fingertips, but that didn't mean she understood it all. She wasn't human, she couldn't grasp normal human concepts. At least at first. She had been programmed to learn and adapt constantly. I know I'll sleep soon. And food. I'll eat breakfast. But I meant about Shoto? Why don't you just kill his father? She replied nonchalantly. It's not okay to kill people, Ember. I still do not understand, he's clearly a bad person. You'll figure it out one day. He sighed, not wanting to explain it again. He had to, many times before when he was out fighting criminals. He let the boy go home, he wasn't going to keep him here against his will. But he didn't feel good about letting him go back to an abusive home. But he said he wasn't going to do anything unless he changed his mind, so he would keep that promise for now. Izuku's eyes flung open, his chest felt tight as he let out silent sobs into his pillow. Another bad dream. He added another tick to the imaginary list in his mind. His dreams were always filled with death and destruction, much like his life. This time, he had been surrounded by everyone he loved, his parents, his uncle, Kaken, and his family, all together having dinner. It was a warm, wonderful feeling, eating his favorite meals, laughing at stories being told. What could possibly ruin that moment? Smoke filled his vision and he knew something was burning. But he was the only one who noticed. He begged them to leave, to evacuate the building, but they told him it was just his imagination. And then the dining room went up in flames. The fire consumed each person one by one, but it didn't touch him. It mockingly took all his loved ones from him, burned his childhood home, and left him to stare at the corpses and the charred walls. Breathe, breathe, Izuku. He was trying to breathe. Why couldn't he breathe? Someone was speaking to him, he didn't quite hear the words, but breathing became easier. The fog from his mind cleared, making him realize that Ember was leading him through a breathing exercise. She knew what to do at this point, she had seen him through enough panic attacks that she was a pro. He took a few more shaky breaths and dragged himself out of bed. He slowly walked to the kitchen for a cup of water. He drained it in seconds, then another. I'm okay, he announced. I'm glad. He needed to get out. He didn't care where. Just anywhere would do. He stuck earbuds in his ears to block out the busy sounds of the street. It was lightly raining, but he didn't mind. Jogging in the rain could be relaxing, especially when it wasn't too heavy. As he ran, he almost felt as if his mother was running beside him. When they first began running together, Izuku couldn't keep up with her. She was so agile, he never thought he would ever catch up. But over the years he did. At this point, he probably had greater endurance than she did, but he would never be able to put it to the test. No matter how much he imagined she was still here, she wasn't. It was a hard pill to swallow. In fact, it was still lodged somewhere in his throat. Running helped him deal with his rage. He quickened his pace. His feet hitting the pavement felt satisfying. He went running every day with his activities as Ash. He needed to keep up his endurance. He ran, not keeping track of how far he was going. Soon, he heard a loud chatter that got past the music blasting in his ears. He slowed down to look at what was going on. A large crowd was gathered in the street, cameras flashing, children leaning on the tips of their toes to see, people chatting excitedly. Izuku knew exactly what was going on. He had spent too much of his childhood in crowds like these. A hero was fighting nearby. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Now he avoided heroes as much as possible. He felt uncomfortable being around them. He didn't trust any of them. He couldn't. Not all of them were terrible, he could admit that, but he could never be sure. People who he thought he could look up to just disappointed him. In reality, heroes and villains were not black and white. Every individual possessed the capacity for good and evil. The distinction was which one you choose to invest in. Sometimes evil starts at small dishonesty, a bit of greed, anger. It isn't always intentional, but it is hard to pull yourself to the light when those factors consume you. In some cases, evil is bred. Feed to you from the beginning that it is all you know. A child will likely mimic the behavior they observe. Izuku doesn't think that most villains dreamt of being evil as children. He doesn't doubt that some didn't realize the path they were on before it was too late. For them, redemption isn't an option. They do whatever they can to be free. Quirks play a large part in this. There are quirks that people deem worthy of heroism. As soon as Bakugo got his quirks, everyone around him had their mind made up. They praised him and told him he would be a great hero. But had it been any more destructive, there might have been a different stance. As Ash, Izuku ran into many people who called their quirks villain quirks. He wasn't naive enough to believe that quirkless people were the only ones being shamed for the quirks, well, lack thereof. He knew others were shamed because they had a weak quirk, or a useless one, or even a dangerous one. But his brain couldn't grasp the fact that people limited others by putting quirks in categories such as evil ones. There was no such thing. Everything was up to how you used it. But yet, some people lived their entire lives being told that they were good for nothing but being evil. It was psychologically damaging and angered Izuku quite a bit. So when heroes, ones that had been praised by the broken system their entire lives, secretly acted more like villains, it made Izuku furious. A hero was supposed to be selfless, good, they were supposed to give people hope. But some of them were no more corrupt than villains. And ordinary people suffered for it. He still hated Endeavor with a passion for what he had done to his parents and other innocent people. But there wasn't much he could do about him, not yet at least. The Hero Commission was an incredibly powerful force. Becoming their enemy was terribly dangerous, and that's why he was on his way to becoming exactly that. They likely wouldn't see him as a threat right now, but he was going to be a thorn in their side. His long-time goal would be to destroy them entirely. They were disgustingly corrupt. It would be a tough feat for him alone, but he'd achieve it somehow. He would tear them down brick by brick. Izuku stood in the back of the crowd. He couldn't see anything, but he heard the sound of destruction. Heroes left destruction wherever they went. Some of them destroyed more than they saved. He always tried to minimize the damage as he went. A familiar tuft of blonde hair came into view. Could it be? He slipped into the crowd, getting a closer look. Sure enough, Kaken was here. He hid behind a taller man, who was so immersed in the heroes that he didn't notice. He peeked out behind him and focused on his old friend. Kaken was standing by himself, his hands stuffed in his pockets. He was paying no attention to what was in front of him. Instead, he seemed to be looking for something. Well, in this case, he was likely looking for someone. The explosive blonde wasn't typically interested in hero sightings. He only went when Izuku dragged him there. If he wanted to find Izuku, this would be a good place to start. At least for the old Izuku. The new one wouldn't be caught dead drooling over heroes in his free time. This place was a bit far from where he used to live. Kaken came all the way here, just to see if he showed up. Izuku wondered if Kaken went to all the ones he could to see if he would be there. A part of him wanted to go to him, hug him, tell him he was sorry for disappearing, tell him he missed him. But he didn't. He turned and began to walk away. Kaken just needed to forget about him and go on and become a great hero. Izuku wasn't anyone special. Kaken didn't need him. He shouldn't care about him. Izuku didn't need anyone. He was doomed to be alone. Looking at what happened to everyone he cared about, he'd rather not drag anyone else into the curse of getting close to him. He was determined to never let anyone in again. He was prepared to start running when he heard screaming. He whipped his head around, but he couldn't see anyone. Ember, what's going on? Heroes are down. The building is about to collapse with a few people inside, and the villain has taken a hostage from the crowd. Sheet. Any other heroes nearby? And the lady just arrived, but she's not suited for such a fragile building. I've estimated that it will collapse in under 10 minutes. He rolled his eyes. She was a new hero, but she could be useless. Sludge villain incident. Yes, he was still bitter. He took off running, not even questioning if he should help, despite doing his vigilante work at night. Lives were at risk. He changes into his costume in an empty alleyway, stashing his backpack in a nearby dumpster. His hoverboard expanded and he jumped aboard. He brought out his extra one, which followed closely behind him. Most people have evacuated, but there are 5 people on the top floor. Ember displayed the news feed of the building through his mask. Got it? And the villain? Bargaining with the police. Any news on his quirk? He has some sort of cannon engraved in his hands. Interesting. He hoped by the time he got everyone out, the heroes would have taken care of him. But for some reason, he didn't completely believe it. He flew into the building through an open window. The top floor was some sort of corporate office. The entire building was in terrible shape, like it would collapse if a wolf huffed and puffed at it. He would need to minimize trips before it collapsed. He stayed on the hoverboard to avoid putting any weight on the floor. The villain had likely blasted through the support. It would likely collapse under the time Ember had given him. He had to hurry. It didn't take too long to find the first people. 2 women were huddled together in the corner, with their eyes closed. They had likely accepted their deaths already and filled these last moments with human contact. "Excuse me," he said in a comforting voice. People in disasters were easily startled. "I'm here to help you." They looked at him in disbelief. One woman let out a relieved sob. "Just step on this board, it'll bring you down. There are paramedics down there who will check you out if you have any injuries. Please be quick, I have to get the other people." They understood quickly and followed his directions, yelling their thanks as they descended towards the ground. He continued through the floor. He came across a chunk of floorboard missing. A man was hanging onto virtually nothing. The fear was clear in his eyes. His hands were slipping. Ash made it there just in time to grab his hand before he fell down 11 floors. He helped him onto the hoverboard. "Just sit there for a moment." They ventured further into the building, Ash being sure to avoid missing parts of the floor. He found the 4th man, hiding under a desk. He carefully stepped onto a piece of floor that was still standing. He was very lightweight, but the floor still trembled at the sudden weight. He put the man on board and sent the 2 on their way down. He carefully walked through the building. He should make some anti-gravity boots. They would have come in handy right now. He cursed as he almost fell through a collapsed floorboard. "Ember, when will the other board be back?" "Right now." He let out a sigh of relief and jumped back on it and continued through the floor. The building was about to fully collapse any minute now. "Hello," he called out. He had almost searched the whole floor and he hadn't found the last one. "Are you sure it was 5 people, Ember?" "Yes, there's still another heat signal on this floor. It was around here." He was skeptical until he heard whimpering under a pile of rubble. He quickly started to dig the person out, going as fast as he could but using as much care as possible. The main piece was lying on top of the woman's chest. It was heavy, but he heaved it off. "You'll be okay," he said. She sounded like she was in terrible pain. He needs to get her down to the paramedics as soon as possible. He picked her up with care. The hoverboard lowered itself to the ground so he could step on. It slowly floated to the window, and as if it was carrying a sleeping newly born child, the roof was caving in as they made their escape. Ash heard the building collapse behind him as they lowered to the ground. He was sure it was a badass visual. Has a hero taken care of the villain yet? They called in backup, but they have not helped the situation. He dropped off the injured woman to the paramedics. They were waiting for him. The other people he had saved had likely told them about him. "She's the last one." "Thank you," the woman who grabbed him said. She didn't care to ask who he was. She was just grateful that someone had saved these people. He felt eyes on him. A few of the reporters had turned their camera in the direction of the building, then to him when he came out instead of the villain. He could hear them questioning who he was. He ignored them and flew towards the villain. He flew high up into the sky so he wouldn't be seen. The villain was holding a young boy, his hand pressed against his head. threatening to blast it off if the police didn't give in to his demands. He took his grappling hook from his utility belt and changed the setting. He had added a few extra settings to the tool. The one he had turned to was a mix between the original grappling hook and inspired by Eraserhead's capture weapon. He shot it out, it latched onto the child and brought him into Ash's arms. "Hey, you okay, kid?" He shook his head through tears. "Would you feel better if I beat that villain up?" The kid's lips turned up for just a second. "You okay watching from up here?" He nodded. "Good, I'm going to lower down a bit. But you'll be safe here, it won't drop you. Okay? I'll get you back to your parents as soon as I can." The hoverboard lowered enough for Ash to be able to jump. The villain, the crowd, and the police were all looking around for the child. Ash jumped off the board, throwing his body against the villain, pushing him further away from everyone else. They tumbled to the ground. "Another hero? How many do I have to beat?" "Not a hero," he growled, kicking him across the chest. "Well, you're getting in the way of my plans, so I'll have to eliminate you." He started to run. To others, it may look like he was running away, but he was attempting to get into an area where nothing would be damaged. Ash jumped out of the way of the blast emitted from his hand. If he wasn't in a fight, he would have liked to analyze this quirk. It was a bit similar to Kaken, except it was a straight blast and there was some sort of device on his palms. He continued to dodge blasts. One caught him slightly on the shoulder, it fang hurt. But it didn't stop Ash. He had his katana out and had delivered blows of his own. He needed to get in closer, to stop him. Suddenly he rushed forward, taking the blast head-on. His suit protected him from most of the damage, it still hurt. He grabbed the villain's arm while it was in mid-blast and slipped a bracelet on him. The blasts immediately stopped. "What the hell?" "It worked. I wasn't sure." It was a homemade quirk suppressing bracelet he had made after stealing suppressing cuffs from his favorite detective. He didn't have the time to test it out on anyone, but he had been carrying it around with him. It was a good thing it worked on the first try. It would have been a mess if it didn't. He trusted his inventions. He felt a bit uneasy handing the villain over to the cops with it, but it would self-destruct the minute they tried to look into it. It would be a nice surprise for them. He placed regular HNDCFFS on top of the bracelet and dragged him back over the police force. "Who are you?" "A hero that was standing by, doing nothing?" "No one, I'm just doing your jobs for you like usual." All these heroes and not one of them could deal with him, just outrageous. How come it happens so often? Do you guys get paid to watch people be hurt? How dare you dash? The hoverboard came down to meet him. The little boy jumped on him and hugged him tightly. That was so cool. He started to chat excitedly about what he had just done. It warmed his heart a bit, reminding him about when he got so excited about things like that. The kid trailed off. He was looking at something in the distance. "Mom. Dad." Ash placed him on the floor so he could run over to his parents. The parents cried as they embraced their child. "Who are you?" A reporter questioned. "Can you elaborate on your remarks about heroes?" Another question. This was why he avoided the public as much as he could. "Isn't that Ash?" A police officer questioned out of nowhere. "That looks like the sketch we have." "It is." Another confirmed. Most police had never actually seen the vigilante, but they had countless accounts of what he looked like from people he had saved or caught. He had seen the sketches when he hacked into their database. He was technically a wanted criminal since vigilantism is illegal. He heard the media that was gathered start to talk about him. This was his first real public appearance after all. That was his cue to leave. "Well, this was fun," he jumped on the hoverboard, "but I have things to do." "Hey, wait. You're a criminal. Arrest him." Fat chance. He started to fly away, not looking back. Full speed Ember. She brought him back to the dumpster to get his belongings. He quickly changed back into his normal clothing. He broke into another jog in the direction of his apartment. He passed the police, but they didn't spare him a second glance. Dobby was peacefully having a smoke break when a young couple stumbled into the alley he was in. The man was holding the woman tightly by the waist. She seemed so out of it. The man pushed her against the wall and began to kiss her. The woman was squirming under his touch. The ripping of fabric was awfully loud. "Babe, stop." Her voice was shaking as she tried to push him away. Don't tell me what to do, honey. He punched her in the face. Come on, I have to get you home soon. Anger flared in him. He hated people who treated their partners like what they wanted didn't matter. It stemmed from his parents' relationship. He put his cigarette out on his body and approached the two. The man saw him immediately. Hey man, me and my girl and kind of doing something right now. If you could leave, that would be great. Hey, you're gonna let the woman go, all right? Oh yeah, what will you do about it, buddy? How about I burn you a crisp? Dobby's hand erupted in blue flames. He held them close enough to the man that he would feel exactly how hot they were. The man screamed and let go of the woman. Dobby caught her as the man scrambled away, tripping over his own feet and face planting. Perhaps he should burn the BSRD after all. He was going to let him go, but he was too pathetic to run away. Before he could do anything else, the man was kicked down as he tried to get up. He recognized the one who had kicked him as Ash, a vigilante that he was sure if people hadn't known who he was before, they did today. Dobby had never met the man personally, but they did run in some of the same circles. He had passed him on more than one occasion. Where the F did he even come from? Is she okay? He looked up at Dobby like he would have an answer to the question. He most definitely did not. I don't know, man, I'm not a doctor. She looked fine, despite getting a punch to the skull. Although there was no light in the alley, he could feel the eye roll coming from the vigilante. Ash produced HNDCFFS from out of nowhere. Seriously, where did they come from? That outfit was so tight. At least he wasn't wearing spandex. Ash placed one cuff on the man and the other to a rusted pipe attached to the building. He stepped closer. That costume was pretty badass up close. He would never wear one, but it was nice to look at. Hey, you alright? He asked the woman directly. Yes, I'm okay. You guys didn't have to interfere, I'm used to this. Hey, nobody should have to be used to assault. Dobby felt rather strongly about that statement. He's my boyfriend, it's not that big of a deal. She said the words, but her body language suggested she didn't quite believe it. It is a big deal. Do you really want to marry that guy? He's going to continue treating you like shit, and then he'll treat your kids like that. And it's all going to blow up. He's right, Ash agreed. I'll take him in. But nothing will happen to him if you don't press charges against him, it will just be a never-ending cycle. You deserve better than him. But no one can force you to. She didn't respond, but she at least looked like she was thinking about their words. Ash turned his attention to the man, he picked him back up and handcuffed both his hands together. He looked like he was getting ready to leave. Hey wait, are you leaving me with her? What am I supposed to do? Take her to the hospital. Okay, that was an obvious answer, but it wasn't his job to take a random woman to the hospital. He wasn't really going to leave them here? How did Ash even know he could trust Dobby to take her? He could be a dastardly person for all he knew. He opened his mouth to object, but they were gone. Did they even go? Hey Ash! He yelled, hoping the vigilante was still nearby and would stop to listen. Kick him around a bit more. He deserves it. Abusers deserve to get the shit beat out of them. He couldn't wait to smack around the biggest abuser he knew. Take her to the hospital, he mimicked the vigilante under his breath, with a hint of annoyance. This is way above my pay grade. Luckily there was a hospital nearby, it was just a few minutes' walk from where they were. He walked as fast as he could, the bright hospital sign was glowing down on them, though they were yards away. He sighed, it was time to give a shitty pep talk. I know you might feel helpless, like if you leave him, you'll have no one, that you need him, and no one will ever love you again. But I promise it's not true, you don't need him, he needs you. If you leave him, he'll have to find another woman to manipulate and gaslight until they're dependent on him alone. He feels strong beating down someone physically weaker than him and having you bend to his every will. But in reality, you're much stronger than he'll ever be. Don't let him ruin your life. I've seen it happen to an amazing woman. He stopped just before they got to the hospital and set her down. He patted her on the back encouragingly. Go in there, get checked, and file a restraining order against that BSTRD. You might regret it now, but in the long run, it'll be one of the best decisions you ever make. Thank you. Her voice was barely a whisper. If only someone had told his mother that a long time ago. Life would be a lot different. He didn't like to dwell on his past, he couldn't change it. Their family was broken, he had accepted it a long time ago. He left for a reason. How did he keep ending up in these situations? He didn't know. He was practically a vigilante himself at this point. It wasn't intentional, he just constantly kept running into situations where someone needed help and he was the only one around. And he couldn't help but think, what if that was his sister? Or his brothers? DMN, he couldn't get rid of his sympathy no matter how hard he tried. Dabi was not a good person, he hadn't tried to be one ever since he left home. He did whatever he could to survive and he would do whatever he could to achieve his goals. And he didn't care how far down the wrong path it took him. His ultimate goal was to destroy his father and everything he built up, to show the world exactly who their hero was. So yeah, he wasn't a good person. This sheet gave him a headache. He needed another cigarette. The yellow light of the cheap television in the hotel room illuminated Kaizome's face. He flipped between channels until he found the news. His interest peaked as he saw the screen read, "Pro Hero Upheave Under Fire." Days after the disaster in downtown Fukuoka where Pro Hero Upheave arrested a villain, saving over 100 lives, but resulting in over 50 casualties, more had it not been for the vigilante we've come to know as Ash, said vigilante has spoken out. Much like his incident with the former congressman, Ash leaked pictures, videos, and documents of incriminating evidence about the pro hero and how he believes he is a danger to the internet. It was paired with a video from the man himself which we will show you after the break. Of course, it was Ash, he laughed. The vigilante had been nothing but trouble for those who believed in this broken society since the day he appeared. He stopped small crimes, helped those who were overlooked by the police and heroes, but he also exposed politicians, businessmen, and heroes it seemed. It was clear that he had a clear goal. He had spent enough time around the young vigilante to know he did. The kid was a genius, a scheming one at that. He was always careful, his plans were intricate, if one failed he had another one, he never gave up either. One time Kaizome had sliced him up all over, he was bleeding enough to pass out, neither of them held back when they were sparring, and Kaizome had to force him to stop. He had most likely been running on adrenaline at that point, but he fought nearly as well as he did without the injury. Ash did well against smaller blades, but he didn't have a lot of experience with swords. His lack of experience was notable at first but quickly diminished to almost nothing. If Kaizome taught him something he would learn it in a flash. And if he made a mistake, he'd never make it again. He had to doubt if the vigilante was human. Though one day he had come to training, clearly distraught, asking Kaizome to just talk to him, tell him anything, desperation clouding his voice. Kaizome complied, told him stories of him as Stendhal, told him why he wasn't anymore, told him what he thought about hero society. Ash just sat and listened. The next thing he knew, he had a lapful of a sleeping vigilante on the roof of an abandoned warehouse. He didn't move. Ash awoke before dawn, they watched the sunrise. He didn't ask for an answer to what had happened the night before and Ash didn't offer one. It told him that Ash was human, and he was young. He never thought he would care for the vigilante, he didn't care for anyone, but something about Ash stirred something in him. He just had this irresistible effect on people that made them care and root for him. He had hung up his vigilante mask and washed his hands from that life, but Ash had disrupted that and delayed his next steps. A part of him wanted to take Ash with him into his inevitable dive deeper into the darkness, but he knew the vigilante belonged in the light. Kaizome would change society his way, and there was no doubt that Ash would change it his way. He turned his attention back to the news as it came back from commercials. The vigilante was sitting in a dark room, the room barely lit, the silhouette of his body was clear but not much else was. Fukuoka was a complete shitshow, Ash started, his voice much more altered than it normally was. A villain was caught, but what was the price? Over 10 lives and about 40 injured, some in critical condition. Just because a hero was very reckless. I've had my eye on Upheave for a while now, he's been incredibly reckless since his debut and it's only getting worse. Video from this incident itself will show that those casualties were almost completely avoidable. Looking at the curriculum from the classes required to get a hero license, Upheave ignored almost everything he was taught. Example: The screen changed to a clear video of upheave and said incident. Ash commented over the video, explaining just where the hero went wrong and how the way he used his quirk resulted in destruction, while not achieving anything in apprehending the villain. The video faded and they went back to Ash and the dark room. And that is just a brief example of what I was talking about. I've compiled video evidence of multiple instances like this over the years of his hero career, along with accounts from people who have lasting injuries from his recklessness, and audio of the hero himself admitting to his careless behavior, acknowledging it is due to a lack of effort from his side as he believes catching the villain and being praised is most important. And finally, proof of corruption and misreporting and wrong filing paperwork from the hero. I'm a wanted criminal and yet my actions haven't resulted in all these deaths. Are hero licenses just licenses to kill for some of you heroes? He is certainly not the first and he won't be the last hero like this. I won't tell you what to think, but after the other day and what I'm releasing now, is this really who you want to protect you? Amen. Kaizome whistled out of apperception. He was all for Ash exposing false heroes. He didn't have any hope for heroes. It seemed like they were getting increasingly worse. The fame and money that came with the job attracted them. They were all unworthy of being called heroes. There was only one who he would call a hero, All Might. He had more than proved that he was the only true hero around. When he had first heard of Ash, he appreciated him immediately. He didn't save people to get rich or to become famous. He just seemed to save people because he could. And he had 10 times the integrity of heroes. Even compared to other vigilantes, he was an anomaly. He defied expectations, he threw himself into his work even if the risk was high. And what Ash just did was incredibly risky. Only a madman, which Kaizome would consider himself to be, would target heroes, despite being correct in his assessment and having proof. The public had a blind admiration for heroes, even when they did more harm than good. He doubted the hero would face many repercussions. You had to take extreme measures to get rid of people like that. He would advise Ash wasn't as far gone as he was. Kaizome was a cold and cruel man. He had killed his first person a long time ago and had left a trail of bodies behind him. Ash didn't need to. Before he left, he added a name to his list. Ash was easy to find if you knew where to look. He was standing on a roof, whispering to himself when he heard Kaizome approach. Where have you been? He had been out of town for a few weeks. It was a spontaneous decision so he hadn't alerted the vigilante. But Ash was used to him disappearing for long stretches of time. Seems like we've both been busy. You don't peg me to be the type to watch the news. It's a bit risky. It's not the first time I've done something like this. But I guess not to this magnitude. You're not worried? I'm always worried, but if I let that stop me, where would I be? What are you aiming for? They're not going to arrest him, no matter how incriminating the files you put out are. It would do a lot of damage to the public perception of heroes if they put one in jail. That's true. I think his license will be suspended at best. There's been a lot of outrage from the public and the media, but the police can't do anything. It's up to the Hero Commission. They have yet to respond, and the corrupt piece of shit that is the commission will brush it off since they can't cover it up. But if I want to kill the commission, I'll have to do it brick by brick. Kaizome looked at Ash in disbelief. Kill? He barked out a laugh. This FANG kid. You're insane. So that was his end goal, huh? It was a tall order, but he wouldn't put it past him to accomplish it. I might be. Kaizome grinned. He knew it would be worth investing in this kid. Ash suddenly became more alert. There's a shootout nearby. Want to come? He followed behind Ash, silently, staying out of sight. Patrolling with Ash was an exhilarating event. He swooped into crimes and stopped them in a flash. If someone was injured or in distress, he would stop to console them and get them the help they needed. He was ruthless when he needed to be, but he could be incredibly soft in comparison. He had saved a child from a kidnapping, and while he snapped the kidnapper's bones, he softly comforted the little girl as if he didn't have blood on his suit. Kaizome mostly stayed in the shadows and stepped in to help sometimes, though Ash never really needed it. His fighting style was a lot more bloody than Ash's, and he didn't mind killing people, though he refrained around Ash. They had been going for a few hours. Ash would continuously find a new task. He wouldn't be surprised if he was listening to a police scanner or something like it. They were resting on the top of a building. It had been quiet for a bit now. But that was likely due to the fact that the sun was going to come up soon. You're still a kid, aren't you? Ash looked over to him, his face flickering with a surprised expression. It was brief, but he caught it. Kaizoum patted his head. You're doing good, you've accomplished a lot already. I'll be watching for what you do in the future. Ash looked pleased with the praise like he was not used to getting any. I'll be going away for a bit longer than usual. I have something to do. You don't need me to train you anymore, you were already excelling at everything else. He was done stalling now, he had been preparing and was ready to start his new mission. Sounds like a goodbye. I'll be around and you always find me if you need something. I have something for you then. Out of nowhere, Ash produced a small notebook. What's this? Just some things I wrote down that I thought might be useful. Good luck. He flipped open the notebook and skimmed through it. He turned to Ash to show his appreciation, but he was gone. Ash often found him watching heroes. Ash would spout off whatever facts he knew about them while Kaizoum watched silently. He wondered if Ash would be okay knowing what his work would be going towards. But Ash always knew more. He let on.